What's up? Your mic's not working?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess it's working now. Hey, I'm Justin. Nice to meet all of you. Just found out about your group from Kevin. So, yes, absolutely. Thumbs up. Anyhow, I'd like to go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Justin. You might have heard a little bit about me. I am a Hermeticist and a Christian mystic. So I was listening to the conversation, absolutely enthralling. I thought it was excellent the way. It was great, the way you act. I don't usually hear people much talk nicely about Wiccans in any way, shape, or form, as they're frequent to our cult. So it was nice to hear that, something nice said about them for once in a constructive manner. So, call you.
Well, on another side of that, or kind of as an extension of what I was saying, if you look at paganism in the 20th century, its movement, starting from as early as the 40s and 50s, let's say, to just use that, Wicca and Druidry, Neo-Druidry, whatever you want to call it, that kind of romanticist pagan kind of groups, they actually laid the groundwork for Reconstructionism in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So as much as I may disagree with some of the conclusions they make with mythology, they favor Jung and Campbell over historians and anthropologists and linguists, I have to give them credit for laying the groundwork for us to even start our groups in the first place, to even have the neo-pagan community. So ultimately, I don't hate them. All I'm asking is let's have a dialogue. Let's actually have some space. There's a lot of other stuff. We're a much bigger community than just Wicca and Druidry. It seems like just those two paths a lot of times, or New Age maybe.
Yeah, which I think leads into something I wanted to say. I have been looking at something called the Worldwide Heathen Census, and I don't know if you guys follow the Wild Hunt online blog. I just wanted to point out that the heathen community, this is just people who are some kind of Germanic pagan, seems to be between 35,000 and 40,000 people worldwide now. It's quite a lot.
James, I'm going to send you a link. It's my other group for, I'm going to send it to you in private. It's for members of alternative spirituality. It's a little bit more focused on that aspect. This, obviously, Interfaith, as I was going to explain to Justin, is broad. We have, Christians, Gnostics, Muslims, agnostics, pantheists, pagans, all of that stuff. So that's what the focus of this group is the general interfaith. So I think having the two kind of groups can be a very valuable kind of contrast in the way that there's also skeptic groups out here on Hangouts as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the one thing I wanted to bring up tonight, I was going to wait for this to our next meeting, was the absolute interest of one thing. For one, I'm a philosophical Buddhist, very much so. I follow typical Zen Buddhism, and letting things go, letting it not being sticky.
Yeah.
One thing that's really important. The one question that kept on popping up in my head recently, my printer's broken, so I'll fix that, was, that there's, we all know about how big pop Buddhism has become more and more prevalent throughout, the last 20-odd years, put it like that, at least in the West. Do you think at all Buddhism is going to go through a period in which it is integrated into other religions as much as,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
I'd like to think it would.
If you look at something, and this is a really poor example, but if you look at someone like Eckhart Tolle, I must admit that this is a poor example, but you have someone who's trying to bring about that skill of developing personal happiness through detachment, completely stripped down of everything. And you have 6 or 7 or 8 of those people walking around, not really even talking about God anymore. So what they do can be mapped onto anything, easily. And I think, actually, what they do in various forms already exists in almost every religion, although very, very different methods to get to that path.
All right. I'm trying to fix my printer right now. No, don't do that.
One of the things I'm interested in is to see if some kind of enlightenment where the self is, the ego is lost, and there's detachment, can be found by looking at old pagan faiths.
Oh, absolutely.
By trying to read them. Yeah.
Well, the Greeks especially, in their mystery traditions, had aspects of that. They may not have defined it in the same kind of no mind as Buddhism, but there's a lot of Platonic thought and Stoic thought and Pythagoreanism, Orphism, which was much earlier, had a lot of these sort of mystical ideas of oneness that were integral to their traditions and orders. And obviously Hermeticism kind of goes to that extent in the kind of dissolution of difference between self and other. So the self-identity with deity, such to that effect. So yeah, it's absolutely there. You might have a harder time kind of seeing that with more northern faiths like Norse polytheism, Celtic, or Slavic, but you could very realistically make those kinds of arguments, especially if you look at the Germanic soul, having all of its different aspects kind of correlating with one another.
Yeah.
You could definitely make an argument using a soul concept, a soul cosmology, that there may be a sort of aspect like that somewhere. But at some point, it would be your personal gnosis.
I think at the same time, what it should be recognized is, that aspect does exist in a lot of pagan religions, pagan faiths, because of the fact that, for one, Kevin already said it, the aspect of a universal self, as the self is not inside of your head. And I recently had this, I guess, when I was walking, I walk a lot. I'm never in my dorm much anymore, just because I need the exercise, and two, it's fun. But, I realized, when we're in our head, when we're trapped inside of our head, everything is really, it centers around yourself. But when you realize how big the universe is, how vast it is, and how, in realistic terms, how big or small you are, even though you're still a big part, you're a big part of the universe as a small aspect of it. You begin to see, the whole reason I am is because of my consciousness and how I perceive myself. So,
well,
kind of that thing like, oh.
Yeah, I would take it from a much earlier perspective. Let's just take out the idea of mysticism or specific mysteries and orders like that. Just look at animism as a whole. Early animistic polytheistic beliefs. They generally viewed the world as cyclical, often as an eternal universe that's either always existed or is constantly changing and constantly going through change, and that the gods and various spirits are immanent within the universe, that they're ever present. So numinous experiences are ultimately connected. There's this sort of interrelation between the idea of gods and spirits being distinct beings that can be interacted with, petitioned, and prayed to, such to that effect, but also that they're ultimately connected. That is a sort of disconnect between a lot of our modern concepts. We have a sort of idea of, well, if the gods are all connected in the same universe, they're integral to the fabric of the world, that they have to be the same God, that they have to all be of the same substance. When I don't think that's really a dialogue that really went on in a lot of polytheistic faiths. It was more of a sense that nature as a whole is ultimately connected. So even if you're not going into a sort of no-mind Buddhist concept, an Atma Brahma, a oneness, whatever the case may be, there's an essential element of early forms of spirituality that we're ultimately all connected to the same thing. regardless of how you want to define that. So I think that kind of interconnectedness, that kind of reciprocity between ourselves and the spirits and with the world is ultimately that same kind of dissolution of self and other, that we are intrinsically bound to the world that we live in. And that's where a lot of our ideas about, preserving nature and having self-respect and cultivating virtue come from, because everything we do affects something else.
Mm-hmm. In aspect, karma. Retrospect.
There's many, 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 many different cultural versions of that concept. So when we use karma, or we use the term magic, or we use the term shaman,
right,
they're kind of just buzzwords to describe various other kind of sort of related concepts. And we just kind of use it so we know what we're talking about. But if you want to talk about a specific culture, obviously you want to use culturally specific terminology.
Yeah. We most of us know exactly what karma is, so that's the reason I use it. But
I prefer to use the term reciprocity, spiritual reciprocity, because there's many different forms of that, like I said. In ancient Greek, that would have been charis, the reciprocal relationship between man and God, something I've mentioned a few times in some of these chats. And that is done through ritual piety, through sacrifice, through cultivation of virtue and personal excellence, being held accountable for yourself, being hospitable, all the kinds of things that you see from a tradition, something that I'm sure James could verify with their concepts of honor within heathenry and their virtues, which are very, very similar in some respects.
So, James, you're a heathen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm no expert. I've only been studying for like 2 years.
Okay.
Mostly look at runes.
Want to hear a secret? Nobody's an expert.
That's true.
I feel the need, coming from the heathen culture where there are a lot of demagogues, there is the need to express humility about your knowledge right away.
The beginning of wisdom is knowing what you do not know.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been a Hellenist for over 10 years now, and I'm still learning. And I'm actually pretty good at humanities subjects and philosophy and religion. I mean, it's what I prefer in a lot of cases, and I'm still learning on a regular basis, and that's fun. That in and of itself is a fun experience. It's an enjoyable kind of experience, a cultivation of wisdom.
Right.
I think we were talking about Buddhist-like concepts and interconnectivity and things like that. Consciousness being discussed in terms of old pagan faiths. I think, I don't know yet, I'm really plumbing what little I have to work with as far as sagas and myths goes. But I think Northern sun worship may very well have had something to do with ego loss. One of the many hints is that you don't have a lot of bowing and kowtowing and such to the gods, but you do see it in reference to the sun. The sun is an incredibly important image, and the importance is a little bit lost, having been filtered through a Christian lens for so long. But there are people who do bow to the sun, who show extreme reverence to it. There's poetry that, there you go. There's poetry that describes it as a divine decree, and I think, since daylight seems to be, to the northern speak, seems to be equivalent to consciousness in some way, or was thought of as one concept, essentially. Being conscious has to do with receiving the daylight somehow. That would make the sun the source of the daylight. So whatever the tradition looks like, I have no idea yet, but it seems to me that where the ego loss existed had to do with looking up at the sun. You know, if I may, just a line from Pink Floyd, you know, that it comes and you try to catch up to it, but it comes and passes you over again, which one skald alludes to by calling it the wheel hawk that everyone can see but no one can catch.
Oh yeah.
There's many references that seem to pay really high credence to the sun, but the best one is actually in a story where the gods lie and break a vow, technically break a vow in order to keep the sun in place.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The sun's very important in a lot of cultures. Again, I'm my understanding of the sun is more hermetic, alchemical in that aspect. I don't view it as a god per se, but then again, um, I don't like. I'm no expert. Just as no one is an expert really. It's just what I've taken from it. So, is Leviathan back?
I don't know. I was going to mention on the idea of the sun and its kind of relevance, that is, in mythology. There's a few things I want to kind of preface, speaking from Greek tradition here. There was a pretty prominent Greco-Buddhist period. The early Buddhist cultures in India interacted with the Greeks. They shared a lot of ideas, a lot of philosophy. They shared like sculpture techniques with those peoples. That's why a lot of those old sculptures look a lot like the Greek sculptures, to use that as an example. But you can see that kind of influence of the East in the various different mythologies that we have now, both from the Far East and Southeast Asia, but also from the Near East as well. So there was definitely a lot of that kind of interaction going on. As far as the sun, I mean, there's two kind of ways that I could kind of look at this for you. One of them is to mention that Helios, as the actual god of the sun, not just one who's associated with the sun like Apollo, though the two had ended up being correlated in Roman times, was very much present in the latter Hellenistic period mythologies and traditions, most especially in Hermeticism, where there's a sort of corollary with the Helios and the Logos and higher concepts of deity, which as you become higher above just the Logos, above just what the mind can perceive, it gets into that sort of ego loss concept, into a oneness that's beyond form, beyond understanding, beyond physical. So there's definitely that going on. But on the very basic sense, if we just look at the sun, it is very much about purification and transformation. Fire in general tends to be that way. But if you were to, as you were talking about the sun rising and setting, you see that kind of pattern throughout many mythologies, but most especially in the Near East and in North Africa with the Egyptian mythology. There's very much this sort of transformative nature of the sun. So I suppose to a certain extent you could make, or you could at least argue, that the sun does have that sort of representative quality of a loss of that sort of ego, especially since a lot of sun gods, or gods associated with light and illumination, tended to be sacrificial in nature. They had a sort of messianic kind of quality to them. You had Mithras, you had Jesus, obviously. You even had ones who were directly tied to the sun, but had illuminative qualities, like Dionysus from Orphic mythology, like Zagreus, and Eros, which has very much that sort of fire about him. So there's it may not be directly with the sun, but there's very much this sort of sacrificial quality of the fire. I mean, we throw things to the fire to sacrifice them to the gods. They become transformed spiritually and are offered. So anytime you're dealing with the sun or huge fires, you're almost invariably going to have that aspect of a sort of submission to a higher or more numinous experience of divinity, to not just be self, not just be ego, but to be more than oneself. Maybe not even oneself, to not exist, to not have ego. And that's interpreted differently, obviously.
There was this, oh, James, go ahead.
I wanted to say that one of the things that makes the Nordic tradition a little bit unique is it seems to hint at very much in the Hindu way, the old Hindu way. We're talking the Vedas. giant cycles of time. And one of the things that's strangely comfortable, not necessarily within heathen teaching and within heathen communities, but seems to be very comfortable in what's been handed down, is the idea that even the sun burns out eventually. All of it ends. The wolf catches up to the sun, catches it, kind of thing. But what I'm currently looking into is to see exactly how Vedic, or how different pagan traditions that are influenced in different ways, like you've been describing, they lose little pieces of their Indo-European roots gradually. But I think some of the Nordic faiths, not the German ones, but I think some of the Nordic faiths kept a lot of very distinctly Proto-Indo-European ideas very much intact that match up to much earlier ones. And so I'm fascinated with that. And when comparing the giant Ymir to Purushara, which is something I'm writing a thing on right now, I found that Purushara is sacrificed the same way as Ymir is sacrificed, and that there's a weird line in a skaldic poem that refers to the sun as the eye of Ymir, the giant that was sacrificed. And in this in the early Vedas, I recently sat down at a Hindu temple and discussed this with somebody. In the early Vedic tradition, the sun was described as the eye of Purushara, and the moon is his mind. Now, the modern interpretation of that is that the sun is like the source of the consciousness, and that the mind just reflects it in a way. But he said to me that a similar interpretation was available. And so I think, since I found a skaldic poem that refers to the sun this way, I think that there might have been a similar tradition. So when you look at what in the world was made from this giant, the sky is his skull, the moon his mind, if the sun his eye, this sort of thing. Now the turning of the seasons becomes a metaphor, not just for life and death and the obvious, but a personal metaphor. This is where we're really disconnected, where the seasonal changes and the cycles meet us personally, our own bodily cycles. The wake-sleep cycle is built into us. We respond directly to the sun. And so the idea is, if you look up and see a cloudy day as a metaphor for how you feel, because the cloudy day, A, has an effect on how you feel, or B, amplifies how you might feel on that day. It's an idea. The sun is blocked out by clouds. And when it goes into when this old poetry goes into further deal about what clouds and mountains and all these things are made from the giant, another metaphor simply arises, and it's all quite connected. So I'm trying to look at that, but proving it is more the work of somebody into etymology, and that's a real weak point for me.
Yeah, I totally get you. I hope Justin's able to come back. I hope that was just a server issue and he can resolve that. You touched on a lot. So I'll first kind of address the sort of topical relationship between Hinduism and the Reconstructionist polytheistic traditions, the sort of traditional pagan movements. They are very, very, very supportive of it. I've had friends who've told me they've encountered Hindus who have said, "What's your culture? You should totally explore that." I had a friend of mine that ended up getting Celtic Reconstructionism because a Hindu told him, "Look at your culture, look at your own mythology. We need to revive that." There's a whole website called HinduHumanRights.info, and they're constantly making posts about supporting, Westerners kind of returning to polytheism. That's awesome. That's really, really awesome. Also, a lot of Slavic groups actually have a lot of ties, as well as Baltic groups have a lot of ties to Hindu groups, either through interfaith or they actually incorporate elements of Hinduism in a sort of more modern, less historical fashion. Now, as far as the historical correlations of early Indo-European, I mean, Vedic is one of the earliest, but not the earliest, that we can at least reconstruct from language. I really, really, really highly recommend that you look into Proto-Indo-European linguistics, language, religion, and the whole thing. A good one to get you started with is a book written by a guy. His pen name is Cesar Sereth. He was a member of the ADF. He wrote a book called Deep Ancestors, and it completely gives you a full guidebook to Proto-Indo-European religion. And it's a really good resource because it can help you kind of fill in gaps in your practice if you're like, how do I want to structure this kind of ritual? He has like a whole chapter on these specific things, and you can look it up, and he has a sort of mythology he was able to sort of reconstruct. It's somewhat unhistorical and sometimes a little more so, but it's definitely something I would highly recommend you looking into. So, yeah, and the idea of the kind of reborn aspect of firstborn God dying and becoming a part of the world. That is present in so many. The idea of the sun and moon being of an eye is very common. You see that in Egyptian mythology. Horus, his one eye is the sun and the other is the moon. So these analogies and, like you're saying, these metaphors are lost on a lot of people because we try to, mythology has become a bad word. It's become this word that means just false. Originally, it just meant a layered interpretation with many, many different facets and explanations. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. And that's the stuff that's fun. That's the stuff that's fascinating. I love these sorts of conversations.
Yeah, I was interested in getting involved in Proto-Indo-European discussions, but unfortunately, 2 or 3 of them that have been started with large followings within heathen communities online have been really hijacked by people who push Aryan race theory, either openly or more like Edward Thorson, which is very subtly. But either way, they're trying to push an idea of a superior race.
Which is stupid because the further back you get European, the least we even resemble what we are currently. So it's more of a linguistic and cultural kind of correlation, cultural history, than it is anything else, and people lose that. Now, I wanted to mention, because you mentioned before, the sort of losing of the Indo-European character. I tend to look at it more positively, in the sense that, cultures that move into certain areas, you're just looking at Europeans as a whole. We just moved everywhere. We're one of the most traveling of all peoples. We integrate elements of other things. The Greeks and the Romans moving into the Mediterranean incorporated a lot from the East and the Near East and Northern Africa with the Egyptians, the Babylonians, which they even venerated to a certain extent. They idolized their ability to build civilizations and to write things down. They took their alphabet, they took a lot of their concepts, all kinds of stuff to that effect. But northern cultures, even though they would be considered more of European character by any kind of point of reference, they did also interact with Finno-Ugaric cultures, like the Finns and the Estonians. They did interact with all kinds of people living in and around Siberia, northern Russia, all kinds of things.
It shows, too.
Yeah, it's definitely there. Not to mention Iranian, Indo-Iranian. Like the Sarmatians and the Scythians, the Nart sagas in the Caucasus has a lot of similarity to Arthurian legend. It's eerie how much some of these Caucasus kind of strange, not quite European, not quite Turkic kind of cultures have influenced Northern European paganism. So, yeah, it almost can give you a headache, the sheer amount of correlations and stuff you have to look up to even get a handle on these kinds of histories.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in what you just said. I don't see it as a negative thing, but I do like the common thread of the PIE thread and understanding it the best I can. But mostly how it pertains to the Northern Faith, and to see how much of it is still there versus how much of it became kind of swallowed by native beliefs or overshadowed by them, or how much did it overshadow them. And what I've learned so far is that it really depends on where. The closer and closer I'm able to look, which is not very, it really varied on region. If you compare Norway to Sweden, to Denmark, it's not the same. So it's
like
varies.
apples and oranges.
Yeah.
But that's where I come from, so yeah, they're a bunch of weird people. And then you
I
have
think-
Belgium, which is kind of like interesting.
I think you're muted, Justin. I can't hear you.
You're muted. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Oh god, not that again. We don't have to take out the soundboards, do we?
It's not a soundboard, that's just me.
No, it's an Arnold quote. I remember listening to a soundboard of Arnold, and that was one of the ones. I played a prank on one of my stepsisters using that. It was hilarious. It was Arnold Schwarzenegger, and yet she somehow thought that it was like some kind of porn hotline, like a recording. It was.
Yeah.
So.
Those prank calls that were made using only soundboards. Tons of those.
Oh, I found a John Cena one that absolutely had me dying. I think I have it bookmarked even.
So this whole actually interface is still new to me. How do you private message people?
Okay, I'll explain it. I'll explain the two basics here. /to TO space and then their name. Usually, it's just the first part of their name. So I would just type in Justin if I wanted to type in a private message. It would.
Testing
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to touch on though, just for a little bit, is recently we had a discussion on Reddit, on one of the subreddits, with an individual who is a member of the Cult of the Black Sun. Now, for any of those who do not know what that is, they're basically they're the edgy XX, hardcore XX neo-Nazis who are modern day quote-unquote occultists. And you know, and what they said is why they do what they do is to preserve the white race. Well, what is the white race? You know,
the Cult of the Black Sun is really influenced by Heinrich Himmler.
Yeah.
We run across these people, and we run across these people either with the Black Sun cult entirely intact, or heavily influenced by religious beliefs from South Africa as well. Like the idea that we didn't, like there's a myth coming out of South Africa that Europeans didn't come from Africa. We came from a cold region all our own, and they feel it in their bones. They just know it to be true. But the Black Sun people, they're legitimately scary. And the Black Sun is not a historical. It's a 20th century invention. There are people who argued it's not. They're wrong. It's a 20th century invention. And these people are way crazy because they have every little detail of the myth, like I study it, down to some kind of racial meaning. All of it.
Yeah.
They're scary.
You know, you get that on many different sides. You know, like I've encountered New Age influence type groups and occult groups who, I mean, they're literally like tinfoil hat wearers. I mean, they take like the mythology of Atlantis completely seriously as like a legitimate place with a history to it. They don't see it as mythological. They don't see it as maybe something that was reinterpreted later and kind of given a folklore to it. And they add all these kinds of stuff, and they make all kinds of connections that they aren't implicitly like modern. They're not like saying, here's a modern interpretation that our esoteric group follows. No, this is the actual history. That this is who Lilith was, and this is what Atlantis was. It's all this kind of neo-pagan hogwash kind of stuff that you see sort of regurgitated in a lot of groups, and you don't find out about it until you like request to look into the group, and they send you their information, and it's like, whoa, I'm gonna like back away slowly now, and
Eject,
pretend I never saw
eject.
Eject, absolutely.
The scary part is how there's a lot of clever people, a bunch of silver tongues, who figured out they can very carefully contrive what they say to make it seem really innocuous. And I'm glad you mentioned the cult of Black Sun because it's a perfect example. Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard. Not even close. L. Ron Hubbard's got nothing on fucking Edred Thorson. Everybody buys Edred Thorson's books. New Age people buy Edred Thorson's books. They have no idea he's a racist, like an implicit racist. And it's because he doesn't talk like that. And what I figured out from reading one of his advanced books is that he has taken Aryan race theory, the belief in a sacred bloodline that came from a Proto-Indo-European root, and continually revolutionized culture wherever it went. This belief, for which there is no proof, none, and he has spiritualized it and made it sound academic and taken all the race buzzwords out of it completely, so that when somebody buys one of his books, they don't detect the racism. But once you get further and further into what he does, or you join the Rune Guild, as I mistakenly nearly did, once you join the Rune Guild, that's down in Texas, you start to see that, basically all the people who go there, they don't call themselves Nazis or anything like that, but they do show up to all the far-right rock concerts or consume far-right literature in private. This is quite subversive, and the Black Sun is a big part of that too. He simply asserts in one of his advanced books that the Black Sun is X amount of Sowilo runes put together. And it's just not.
I mean, the one group I have studied extensively also, and you guys probably already know about them, and I've mentioned them a million times, is the O9A. Actually, I haven't mentioned this in this group, the Order of Nine Angles, founded by David Myatt, and I've tried to actually communicate with Mr. Myatt, but he openly says on his blog he doesn't want to talk to anyone. He's now renounced, apparently, that he no longer is effective or has any legitimate claim to the group, and it has now been taken up by, lo and behold, the Cult of Cthulhu. Continuing on from that, the one thing I've seen that still exists in both those cults is this predominant idea that the ego is really all there is, and you right now here, what you are matters. Like, you are the perfect specimen right now if you're white, as long as you're not Jewish, black, or any other race. Which again, none of us are purely white, so we can't say that.
If you're out in the sun long enough, you're no longer white.
Right. No, he and again, Myatt himself wasn't necessary. I guess he actually found out he had some Jewish bloodline in him, which was kind of ironic. But the strangest thing I keep seeing pop up is their excuse for why they do this stuff. And you would think, well, what's their reasoning for being racist? What's the reasoning for only accepting a certain culture and not another culture? I guess it's because, their reasoning is, and this is from what I gathered, they are indeed, without a doubt, like the furthest evolution of mankind. It's so delusional that they have the final philosophy. And when you get in neo-Nazi occultism, it's so bizarre and out of this world. and I've been invited to join a whole bunch of orders. It doesn't look like that. Pretty soon I am looking to join the Masons. So that's the one thing I'm going to hopefully do by the end of the year. I've been invited to that, so I was like, yeah, hopefully. But then again, there's a ton of Masons who are just a bunch of rednecks who hate Jews just as much as everyone else. So
one of the largest rationales is actually just a tactic. Like the largest rationale for is cultural preservation. They'll argue that to lose the genetic roots of a culture is to essentially, you can keep adding string to a balloon, they say, but if you let go of the balloon, it flies away. That's the idea that they're kind of trying to argue. And from there, if they can get the person to accept that, from there all kinds of subversive things can be taught. And what's scarier within these orders are the quiet orders within orders. Right? Out in California, you've got the Alsa Folk Assembly. Mostly grizzled conservatives. Some of them have a racial chip, most of them don't. But then there's a handful of youth at the center of this group of people who are their own little separate cult and very clearly Nazi-oriented. We won't call it that. As an example. So that the idea that you lose this genetic connection to the culture then means you no longer really have the culture. Without the roots, it dies. So that's the rationale, but it itself is just a propaganda tactic.
I was going to say, from my sort of perspective with this, I take a third opinion as opposed to this sort of pure, like a racist kind of bent, or race doesn't matter entirely. I prefer the term cultural relevancy or cultural influence, you know, in the sense that the cultures that we're raised from are the things that are most influential. You know, like I was raised Roman Catholic, so I had a lot of French kind of culture, a lot of kind of Roman stuff. So when I eventually went to, you know, Hellenic polytheism, I found a lot of corollaries to what I was already familiar with. I had a cultural relevancy to that. I was taught Greek mythology and stuff like that when I was young, but I could have easily have went to Germanic because I had a lot of British. I had a lot of Dutch as well, and I had a lot of Celtic from my mother's side. I could have went Gaelic or Scots Gaelic as well. Europe is a mix. It's a mixture of Celto-Germanic and Greco-Roman, but also Semitic. A lot of people don't realize this, but in the whole part of the Mediterranean, there were both Greek and Phoenician colonies. The oldest cities in France and Spain and parts of Italy and Turkey were colonies from those old societies. And a significant amount of the genetic material of people who have Mediterranean or Southern European blood is Semitic. Or it's anywhere from like 15 to 17% of the bloodline of most people who currently live there. But not even just the bloodline. Culturally, whether we like it or not, we are a mixture of all of those different cultures. If for nothing else, because we were Christianized. We have become very familiar with those sorts of ideas. And if you take those ideas back, as I know a lot of people have, a lot of people end up practicing Near East polytheism for very much the same reasons that somebody might decide to go into Norse or Hellenic polytheism, if you get my meaning, because there are cultural relevancies to anybody who lives in those areas, things that they would be exposed to and hadn't been taught for generations. So at a certain point, it's like, take your pick. It's all a part of our history. Even ancient Egypt is a part of our historical concepts. So much of what we don't even realize is integrated from multiple different cultures. But I think the argument is kind of stupid, really.
The coolest example, or the silliest, take your pick, is we call it the sun Set. Set is the god of night. Kind of a, you know, really direct correlation between our modern day vernacular and an Egyptian god. Granted, I'm kind of stretching, but yeah.
And it's like I said before earlier, if we were talking about, if these traditions, let's say, were currently practiced, that they didn't go through a period of of being wiped out. It would be no different going to, you know, a Hellenic temple than it would be to go to a Vedic temple. They would have the same opinion. Oh, you seem to have some culture here. You seem to have some relevancy. That's pretty cool. If you're an outsider, that's cool too. Just you have to respect that we have this culture and this tradition here. So you're going to have to work a little harder. You're going to have to work a little harder to kind of get into this. We shouldn't, you know, cast those people out, because especially these tiny little recon traditions, there's not a lot of us. So like every time I interact with this one young Greek kid who has like a racial bent, I'm like, why are you casting out all the, you know, Americans and Italians and Australians and Spaniards and Frenchies who are getting into this tradition? They're helping keep it alive. You're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Right. Right. I will admit there is also the very much also anti-African, to say politely, attitude that I've seen often, and it's in Hermeticism too. I'm going to make that very clear. It's in Hermeticism. It's in mystical traditions. We see it there. I've confronted it multiple times. But it seems very, very prevalent in heathenism. And again, I'm not getting at you, Kevin. James. Just to make that very clear. But the reason I think it's so what's the right word? Pronounced in those belief systems is due to the fact that, for one, the gods are known as being white. But if we look back, I counter argument whenever this would happen. You know, like what Dr. Rigardi said, and I think this is probably one of the best quotes he's ever made, a lot of good ones. But you know, the gods are not a single form, at least not Hermetic. So if you have Hermetic, I don't know for your end, but you know, mankind didn't create the gods. The gods were already aspects of nature, and they might have many different names. Some might find that not true. I find it very true. That they are prevalent through all different religions. So, you know, you might say, well, Thor is the god of thunder. Well, there might be an African god of thunder. I don't know. I'm not well versed in it. That has a similar attribute. Why could that spirit not correlate in both aspects?
I would say, if I might, the religious reasons are secondary. When you come from a culture, let's put ourselves at 500 AD. Let's put ourselves at 500 AD. If you come from a culture with very little contact outside of your own neighborhood, people in the other neighborhood who are genetically similar to you, they're another race. Like those people next door, they're not like us. They're food for any. You know, if you come from that, right there, if any of those traditions survive, when you see things that are different, if any of that mentality crosses over into the modern day, and it does, those people who see something different from them, if they don't understand it, if it bothers them, it puts them off a little bit, they feel superior, they climb up automatically. And the reason, so the thing is, I tell people, when we're confronting, in Heathens United Against Racism, when we're confronting these people, I say, you have to understand that that has always been a part of our story. Now, the racist folk, they'll try to tell you, well, all people were racist at one point. And it's not the same thing, you know, the level of hate and superiority that they have. It wasn't as prevalent. It wasn't as prevalent as they argue, but it was always there. It was always there. There were always those people who will always be the retarded, slightly inbred cousin that thinks they're better for having a bloodline to something. It's always been there. in some form of heptarchy or monarchy. So for us as heathens, these were people who switched over to Christianity real quick. And that's the funny part. Like, the people during the transition period who had that mentality, that wanted to continue licking the teat of the noble and, making money off of the slave, those people switched right over to Christianity because religion was discardable to them. To them, it was about blood. It was about their wealth. It was about being better. And now that Christianity is hemorrhaging its authority as far as being part of that racial complex that continues to pay dividends to these people, now that it's hemorrhaging that because Jesus is being so, people are focusing on his love more than anything else, now they're running back to us. That's what's happening. They're jumping ship and running back to us because they realize we don't have a lovey-dovey Jesus, so they're like, well, you know what, I'm going to go back to this because it's my roots. And they set up shop. They've been a part of everybody's tribe at some point. If there were 10 humans, there was one guy who was like, dude, those other non-humans over there, they're assholes. They don't talk right. It's always been a part of it. But in Europe it's no different. And now the difference is because European people really spearheaded the nation state in a lot of ways. Not every aspect of it, but the modern nation state with fully integrated capital markets, because they spearheaded that, now that racial ship is built into that big complex all uneven, like somewhat on purpose and somewhat not on purpose. But the racist people, they want it to continue like it is.
Well, of course.
It's never going to be about religion for them.
On the positive side, I've noticed because of information technology, because of technology in general, that a lot more things are open to people. And I'm seeing a movement, at least within the Pagan community, I'm sure you can kind of vouch for that. You have less people who are about the whole, like, the shtick of, the burning times and witches and being like this outsider, almost like a counterculture. And you have more and more people moving into more spiritual forms of religion, like, either Reconstructionism or Hermeticism, things like that. Alternative spirituality is actually starting to have more and more of a kind of influence now because of these things. People have more access. There's, Facebook groups for pretty much any kind of alternative spirituality. There's forums that are being set up, social networks that are being set up for a lot of these sorts of things. It's so much easier than it was even 5 years ago. So I think it's amazing. I think it's a very exciting aspect. I'm seeing more and more people coming to Hellenismos or to Asatru or to Celtic Recon, or more people who are actually being a part of Hermetic orders instead of just kind of floating around in the ether being a solitary. So, yeah, it's really interesting to see these sorts of conversations going on more and more.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Probably one of the coolest things I think personally that I'm seeing really spark up is that, and this is fairly recent, I'm talking within the last year, is people are starting to really, 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 truly criticize just I'm not going to go after the New Age movement. That's not what I'm going to do. Just the individuals who are trying to
movement. The one materialistic you can find fucking Barnes and Noble.
That's what I mean. Which in some ways I would almost compare with Satanism in most ways. Actually. It's just like, oh, here's a love spell, here's all this. I wasn't. People weren't going after Silver Ravenwolf, other than a select few in the pagan community. But now people are really standing up and saying, hey, listen, this is wrong. We can't. It's bullshit. You can't just teach someone you can do whatever spell you want to do, and nothing will come. Like, you won't have any karmic backlash. A great example would be me 2 years ago when I performed I'm not going to get into it really. something pertaining to black magic. And I was absolutely obsessed with the girl, to the point where I wanted her and no one else, and I wasn't even getting. It was out of this world. For a little bit, it did have some influence, but ultimately it backlashed on me. I invoked an entity that was really, really bad at actually physically manifest, and it could have really hurt me if I wouldn't have banished it in the time that I did. Yeah, it was a stupid, stupid mistake. So I learned from it, but and now I openly write about it. I consider myself more of a healer than anything, just because I've had all these experiences of doing stupid stuff. And ever since then, I really haven't found anyone. And I think that's the universe telling me that right now I don't need anyone. I need to improve my skill, because again, I've only been on this path for about 3 years. So this isn't something new to me. It's developing.
You'll continue to evolve as you progress, absolutely, and you'll find that structure will be things that you will value a lot, because regardless if you have a modern, eclectic, traditional, whatever kind of tradition, the structure will actually give you a good foundation so that you can have personal gnosis, so that you can have individual experiences that are specific to you, that are your own wisdoms and your own understandings of things. And that's why structures exist. That's why I'm such a big proponent of all traditions having actual traditions, and not just being, it's a kind of aesthetic that I like to kind of put upon myself like a garment. You see a lot of garment. Leviathan made the concept of TV dinner, magic, and mysticism. It's true of any religion, whether we're talking alternative religion or world religions. You have plenty of people who come to a modern form of Christianity or Islam or whatever, and they do so very topically without any real understanding of the history, the language, the context, and the variations, the different sects that exist, because there's so many different variant interpretations. It's work. And anybody who thinks it's not, maybe you should just take up a hobby, because you're not going to be very successful or very happy with what you're doing.
I also wanted to spend some time and actually try to solve a mystery that's been plaguing me. It goes back to where I invoked that thing that ultimately came back and hit me pretty bad. All I know was I first knew it was there. I was downstairs in my basement. I'm no longer in my basement. I'm in college right now, as you can see, in a dorm. So I sometimes still feel it at home. Don't always. But when I first found it, it was extremely predominant. I remember I felt something behind me. It was almost a robed figure, and I don't know what it was. But I felt it, and I remember closing my eyes, and I could see its face. It almost had like this gray or green more outline to it, and it had black eyes and a mouth. And I remember I literally heard it screaming at me, in which I was like, well, let's leave, let's go upstairs. And I remember I walked upstairs, went to the kitchen, got myself some water, and I remember turning around, and above the door was literally, and I mean and I was not on drugs or anything like that, was literally a physical manifestation. It was a black cloud hovering above the door. And this black cloud stood there for about, I would say probably 5-6 seconds, and then this faced the wall entirely, leaving no trace behind. I'm not schizophrenic, so that's not one thing. I haven't done. I wasn't on drugs. I wasn't drunk, and I'm still trying to figure out what this thing was.
Well, in my tradition, negative spirits of those types we generally would call kakodemonis, which are bad spirits. There's also eudaimonis, which are good spirits, and usually they're personifications of specific kinds of things. It might be a personification of persuasion or love, It might be a personification of death or pain or old age. I mean, there's all kinds of different things like that. So it's a sort of general term, but many different traditions had mythologies like that. Negative spirits that would come into a home was a part of the reason why maintaining a household altar and honoring the spirits of the home and of the land were particularly valuable to many different cultures. It's also why, in early forms of Christianity, there were venerations of certain saints that were said to protect the home and things like that. It was something that people valued. In Greek tradition, we have the concept of kathamos, which is ritual impurity, and that you're trying to maintain ritual purity in your home. So a lot of times when you have those sorts of situations, it's usually because you are stressed out. Usually it's because there's something kind of going on in your life or with people who are living in your home that might be attracting those things. It's like the negative that comes in the world is drawn to you. It doesn't just come out of nowhere and decide to screw up your life. It's usually because you have a beacon on. You've left your running lights on, and then somebody knows that they're there and they try to break into your car. That kind of thing.
Your crazy, unstable energy ends up basically tuning a radio to a specific station of playing and no good.
Yeah, it's definitely not good. I know from personal experience. So I would say do what you do that maintains your balance and your grounding, and continue to do so until it stops.
I would say this. I'll speak kind of dually about this, right? Because I could talk about it in a superstitious manner, as well as in a matter of consciousness. So I will. If you invoke entities primarily for your own gain, that means you're invoking entities that trade in their own gain. A. If you invoke entities for the purpose of evil, it means you're dealing with entities that deal out evil. That would be the superstitious end of it. But basically, just to speak to you at a level of consciousness of why black magic isn't a good thing, I tell people if you cut your runes with poison, you poison your hands at some point. And so, if you manifest a really horrible kind of constellation of thought or energy inside your mind where it connects to your greater consciousness, you've carved something into it that has to heal now. Because in wanting something so bad, you've gone and said, I want the universe to give this to me. And you've inscribed something on yourself. And so now that's on you. It's in you. And if that energy that you used to mark yourself was bad, now that's part of you now. You've got to carry that around for a while. That's a less superstitious way of saying it, but
yeah, I did carry it around for a very long time, actually. So, for about 2 years after that, up until probably last month, was when I last got rid of it entirely. So it was something else. I mean, I'll admit.
Another way to put it is like, if you obsess over something, like you can't have. That's an example. If you obsess over something you can't have, or obsess over losing something that you really desperately wanted, and now you let your whole mind zero in on that. You've expended a tremendous amount of energy on it, and now you actually feel reaffirmed to be committed to wanting it, to brooding over it, and it stays with you. I don't know how long, it depends, but that's an example. Now, when you bring magic into it, and kind of bring this hyperbole level of desire into your heart for that, and now you're playing with another level of fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
May I chime in? I was listening
Yeah.
to your story, and uh, it really reminded me. I met a guy back when I was attending a university somewhere, and he was a child of missionary parents in Brazil. And one of the things that he said, which is really interesting to me, was that Brazilian culture is very animistic. It's very in touch with spiritual forces, and it's one of the reasons why they've embraced a lot of sort of liberation theology and Pentecostalism because of all that spiritual stuff. But he said, you know, you know, in the United States or in the West, it's very odd or strange for you to ever come across some sort of negative energy slash possessions, or you hear about them in horror movies, you hear in fictional stories, but you never really hear about them in everyday life. Where Brazil is just the opposite. It seems to be more, you hear about these this sort of things occurring, like the story that you were talking about, in everyday life, and there's a lot of it's a very messy situation there. You have a whole story of oppression, by the West, and you have all these different traditions coming in from Africa with the slave trade and everything else, and it's a very, very messy beliefs over there. But it's really interesting to hear the sort of similar stories from around the world, all talking about similar experiences.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've heard of other people having similar experiences, which it was really the only physical experience I've ever had. Um, but I know it does exist elsewhere. I've heard plenty of people. So at least something good did come from that, in which I learned there is something out there other than what I see physically with my own eyes, with my limited third dimensional eyes at least. And I think it's wonderful. It's truly wonderful that I'm able to know that that's out there. So even through the bad, I was given that reminder.
Yeah, I would definitely say that our numinous experiences, regardless of faith, are largely those ones that are reinforcing agents to the paths that we go down and continue to go down and reinforce over time. And there are ones that are almost ambiguous, that just seem kind of serendipitous or unusual, that aren't implicitly bad or good, that are also of that sort of nature. Little signs and omens that you may pick up, things that give you gentle reminders of certain things that you've been working on or contemplating in your life. So, yeah, these are the kinds of things that I enjoy talking about, even if it's from traditions that I may be sort of opposed to or have considerable difference to, because I think as a whole we can kind of share that those sorts of experiences do occur, regardless of interpretation.
Now, you
Right.
want to talk about numinous experiences. I was
Yeah.
September 2012. I was attending a wedding of my best friend, like on the entire planet, and our other best friend was with us. Like, we're the fucking Three Musketeers as far as I'm concerned. So he had his wedding out in Sedona, Arizona. Now, geologically, that place is fucking weird. In that the Native Americans considered it a holy place because of all the strange energy just frothing forth from it. So, wedding takes place, it's kind of a beautiful ceremony or whatever. Then the after party commences. It's not a reception because, I mean, it's like, well, no, there was a reception and then there's this after party with just like the close group of friends. And I forget where the suggestion comes from, but it was like very loud and clear, like a peal of a bell. Hey, let's go for a nature walk. So I'm like, I'm down. So we all start walking, and we're walking for had to be like 45 minutes. Clear sky, full moon, not a sound, not a cloud, just quiet, except for us walking and occasionally talking. And there's like cacti and saguaro trees. I'm not sure if there's a difference therein, but interspersings of life, hilly terrain, and then we come to a plateau. And then this just comes over me. It started as like deja vu, but I mean it was a lot stronger than deja vu. Like I've had deja vu before, and it's like just kind of flashes. This is like full on streaming of like I remembered I had dreamt this all before. And that was the first part of it. The second was feeling like I had my consciousness hardwired into like a nuclear reactor. And there was something talking, but for the life of me, it wasn't English, and it wasn't anything human. It was just... I still have a hard time explaining it because it was just insane.
Oh, yeah.
Detail in it, and so like I said, those numinous experiences that are like really overt or kind of covert, that was fucking super overt. Like something was, "Hi, how you doing?" And I'll never forget that as long as I live. And
Wow.
that keeps me going. Like I'm reading a lot into like Thelema and the whole Order of the Golden Dawn, as far as like a hermetic order, not the neo-Nazi-esque party of political leanings. And like I kind of think this is kind of bold of me to say this, but something knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel. It wasn't conversation by any fucking means. It was one way completely like yelling at me. But there was definitely knowledge of some sort, I want to think. And since then, I've adapted the Leviathan, or adopted rather, because it just felt that large to me. It just, overwhelming, and a completely humbling, as though I was a mote sense.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've had like a similar thing. I don't know. It was a little more violent though. I was on a field trip to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and we walked into this one bookshop, and I just thought it was a regular bookshop. I didn't even think about it. And there are all these, artifacts about angel readings. You go talk to the angels or something, and they can divine, your. I had no idea.
But you gotta drink the electric Kool-Aid beforehand.
Yeah, it was really, really weird. And I walk into this place, and I felt like I was being physically assaulted by some sort of quasi-spiritual force. Like I was short of breath. I was just unable to I was weak. I'm like, I was having some pretty deep religious conversations with a friend who was Mormon. She wanted to date me, so for me to date her, I would have to become Mormon. That wasn't going to happen after I learned, I read Mormonism in 5 minutes, but much more than 5 minutes. I'm exaggerating.
Eject!
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean...
But it was rough. It was rough. And I mean, you're talking about experiences that never leave you. I mean, that one was nuts.
The one that was... the other one I had that was relatively small, but it was still kind of cool, was when I first met my mentor. And Kevin has something to say, so I'll make this quick. The first time I met her, and I'm not the only person who this happened to, where I remember I pulled up into the driveway, and it was just a gift shop. I mean, that's a thing. It was a gift shop, and I had to get my mom a present for her birthday. And she runs actually a gift shop with all these, she makes potions, everything and such. But all I saw was, woodwork, and my mom likes woodwork. And so it was kind of like one of those Disney movies where the guy like pulls up, he doesn't even know what's going on, and literally it was the coolest thing in the world. That's what I know. I'm so but
Aww.
I remember I pull up and suddenly something's like literally I feel my shirt. It's a small grab, but it was just like whoosh, and it felt like it pulling me. And I was like, what the hell? And I get closer, and it's like pulls me to the door, and I'm like, okay.
Get me in now.
And I was just like, maybe I should go away. And I literally I just turned around, and suddenly something, I don't know why, it just spun back around. Okay. And when I opened that door, she looked at me, and she said, what's up, Justin? And I said, yeah, no. And she said, I knew you were coming. She apparently from a dream. And I'm the regular, I'm the regular Christian from a partially Jewish family. I mean, what do we do? We sit around and we eat pizza and watch football. I mean, that's as far as I go every day. And to be this, like, into that, and I remember everything in my power, I wanted to leave, but I just couldn't. And from there is where it started. So it was just so cool. And I should totally write a book about it. So, Kevin, I'm going to let you speak. You had something to say.
Well, it wasn't really all that important. I was just going to make a brief mention that the HGA concept in a lot of Hermetic traditions is very similar to the Agatha daemon, kind of a personal spirit or genius of the individual. But yeah, it's interesting, really interesting hearing your guys' experiences. That was really all I wanted to say at the time.
Well, kind of in line with the other one that seemed kind of violent, I was physically disoriented. Like, I felt like I took an entire fifth of vodka to the head, and, like, it knocked me on my ass. I couldn't, like, barely think. I could barely talk. I was just, like, fucking looking around and having this numinous experience. It felt violent at first, and I couldn't really process it, but over, like, the months afterward, it was... Yeah, it rendered me speechless, essentially. And it took a good, like, 15 minutes for me to get to the point where I could be like, okay, I'm okay. I can get up, I can get off this, like, fucking half-wet, weird, like, bale of grass or whatever. Yeah, definitely felt violent at first. But I mean, a wave feels violent once it crashes over you, but I mean, once you realize it's just the functioning of the earth, it's not so bad.
So the way you view it is, the Earth had a hiccup or something. So,
I view it as things came together perfectly to where I was at least able to glimpse in a tiny, tiny manner something beyond myself, whether that be the HGA of Hermetic traditions, or whether I was just hallucinating for whatever reason. It was amazing.
Well, like a lot of people have said, maybe there's no difference. I don't know.
All aspects of the mind.
Yeah, I feel like I like to have numinous experiences. I never try to quantify. I don't try to.
that's a smart idea. Don't quantify.
I don't try to.
You can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
That's why it's called ineffable.
Yes, there you go.
I would say this, like, whenever they have, I don't try to, even if something did or didn't come from outside me or from within me, I try to just have the experience and let it teach me. The only one to speak of that's powerful enough to say is, I feel like it's a little bit more subtle than what people are saying, but there was a morning during the week of, I mean, I didn't really have a conversion. Being a heathen has been a very gradual thing for me, but there was a morning where I stepped out from a deep freezer where I was working and walked out back. There was miles and miles of rolling cornfields that kind of go on forever in one direction, and dotted periods of trees, little tiny mini forests, such as a sun coming up. But the sun hadn't actually come up. It was just the light of day touching the crown of the sky a little bit over on the horizon. And I looked, and I heard a wind chime, probably from some front porch not too far away. There was this warm summer wind that came through. And for some reason, I was not the same afterward. I don't know how to explain why, but when it came in, just feeling the wind, I had the urge to throw off all my gear and go find where the wind chimes were coming from. It was kind of irrational excitement, this need to
I've got to say it.
Go be this free creature. And whenever this happened, it was only a few months before my whole life changed gradually.
Aliens.
Aliens. It could be aliens. Definitely.
You know, I've been reading a lot of like older types of like older types of English literature things. Wow, I'm being super specific today. And they kind of reference the same like tinkling of bells and like wanting to go streak and go into the fields and find these fairies that were calling them.
I mean, that's actually honestly very, 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 very popular, especially in the neo-pagan areas like Wicca. They work with all those kinds of spirits. Apparently, a lot of people. I've never had that experience. I don't know if I should feel blessed or not. I mean, I've never had at all any kind of experience with fairies or such. So whether they're real or not, I don't know. And Leviathan, what are you showing us? Is this is that Reno?
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay.
I like to think of him as a shaman.
No.
Brother from another mother.
Yeah, I have a.
Yeah, one of the reasons I rejected Christian Pentecostalism, I was sort of standing during worship, and this one lady was just sort of awestruck. Oh, I just felt the rush of the Holy Spirit around me. It just, I'm just on, flying high, right? And, she's standing right below this air conditioner vent, and the air conditioner had just stopped. And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. Listen, I know when you're listening to music and you're singing along and you're feeling, that can have a real powerful experience, I don't deny that. But when you start building your theology or building your belief system onto, you're talking about you don't want to measure pneuma, you don't want to measure, create measurements from that. That's one of the big problems in charismatic Christianity. They build doctrine and they build their understanding based upon these spiritual experiences, which sometimes are based off of the air conditioner. I always have a hard time buying it,
I as someone, I spoke, and Kevin has listened to me far too much, but I am part of the Christian mystical tradition.
So, in what way? Are you part of the mystical tradition like Hildegard von Bingen, or are you part of the mystical tradition being universalism / neo-paganism.
Universalism / neo-paganism.
Okay, because
Yeah.
Hildegard's mysticism was based in an orthodox theology.
Yeah, no, I'm not an orthodox
Still
theology at
being
all.
completely mystical, where, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do take some from the mystics also, because I recognize that Christianity came from paganism. I mean, any mystic would know that.
Seems equal
Well,
parts
a
on
mystic would interpret it that way, yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say one sprung from the other, though.
No, but I mean, it slowly developed from
I
a
would
lot of...
certainly agree that there are definite influences in modern Christianity that come from and stem from, sort of paganism, and I do believe that a lot of the theology that is written in the Bible uses pagan language to express its points.
It does.
So your Gospel of John adopting the word logos, for example, borrowing from Greek philosophy. There's a lot of that, and I've seen that interpreted. That don't take me to be, I'm not ignorant of what many have interpreted as pagan influences into Christianity.
Absolutely. Here's the thing, though, and I've been to multiple different, actually every denomination that there is.
Have you been to a Reformed PCA church, Reformed
Yes,
Presbyterian?
I have.
All
I've been to basically every big denomination that there is. I've been to it. Here's the big thing that happens throughout every single one. In Christianity, as of today, and it's slowly changing. Again, the whole thing of I'm having this powerful experience, and they fall down on their knees and they start crying. That's finally, after so long, it's finally being discredited. And the reason that's being discredited is because they've finally stood up and said, hey, listen, this is misleading people. We shouldn't fall on our hands and knees and start crying over and start speaking the name of Jesus like, we're exorcising a demon from someone. It's misleading. This is it's the first of many steps to finally reintroducing Gnosticism and the pagan roots in the church. And 100 years from now, Christianity. Not emotions are misleading. I mean, false.
It sounds like what you're describing is charismatic, modern evangelical charismatic Christianity, which is completely different, from a Reformed Calvinist understanding. I mean, there isn't a lot of stock placed in spiritual experience apart from that which is I don't want to say legit, or kosher, or you don't form your doctrine off of it. Let me put it that way. And when people are sort of going into convulsions, I mean, that's why Jonathan Edwards wrote his book Religious Affections. How do we understand what is going on here when people are going to convulsions in the aisle? I'm Jonathan Edwards. I'm smart. I write a very intellectual sermon. I'm not accustomed to people going to convulsions in the aisles while I'm talking, and so he wrote a book trying to, all right, well, what is authentic spirituality? What is it? It was an amazing work, and I recommend it to anybody. Jonathan Edwards was a really great mystic. He was, always, talking about, looking at the stars and the moon and how it affects his soul and everything else. So, and there's a lot of stuff there, but you shouldn't just quantify it. I mean, just saying you've been to every denomination, all I've heard was charismatic evangelical Christianity, which I agree is a lot of independent churches and a lot of your United Methodists and yours. You're running, I'm not gonna try and go no true Scotsman on you. Just there are distinctives between what is orthodoxy and confessional and creedal Christianity versus evangelical Christianity, which has sort of taken up the doctrine of no creed but Christ and spiritual experience, etc.
Again, I think the path is ultimately when you want to have an experience with God, you're going to have to look for that path. It can be aided by people, but it ultimately must be taken by you, just like any path at all. And when you finally embark on it, when you really want to explore it, you find a lot about yourself. But when you finally have that connection, it's a wonderful thing. Again, I'm still on the path. I haven't had that connection yet.
Well, I know, and I'm totally with you. I mean, it's part of who I am as a Calvinist. First chapter, knowing God and ourselves.
Yeah. Good. You say you're a Calvinist?
Yes, I'm a Reformed Calvinist.
Very cool.
So, I didn't choose to be here. Reuven chose me to be here, actually, but
You're one of the elect of Reuven.
yes, I am.
Jonathan, I choose you.
No one chose you when you think about it.
Leviathan, brother.
Yes, sir.
What about that girl? Did you ever get to go, or whoever it was? Did you go on a date?
Had to reschedule because of torrential downpours, which actually kind of funny that you brought up pride in that tarot reading. So because of that flood, the bathrooms where I work were kind of sitting and stooling in water that leaked from the sewer pipes. So I had to go and mop up dirty, nasty, pissy, shitty water the whole morning. And it was kind of a humbling experience.
Yeah.
So as far as rescheduling, I've actually got to go to Utah tomorrow to attend Family Matters. So it's on standby right now, but I'm definitely going to pursue it in the future if I can.
Yeah. Hey,
What?
As long as you find it, as long as you treat you with respect and you like them, so But again, I have no place in your life, but just
Hey,
I've had experience, so
guidance is guidance,
absolutely.
By the way, I don't think you finished.
Huh?
I said I don't think you finished that reading. It was like
No,
3 cards.
You want another reading?
Perhaps.
Or more? Okay. All right. We'll do that. How about actually, let's see. Can you do individual chats, just by yourself?
Shink show.
Between 2 people?
You can send an individual hangout through the main Google page, through the main Google Plus. You should be able to find him and send him a private message.
Okay, because I'm going to do that. That'd be a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
Hooray! I'm finding you on Google Plus right now. And
I'll send you.
Something. I'm new. I don't know what to do.
I've done this before. Okay.
Oh, hey, it's just right there.
And I'll create a new circle.
What is that photo? Oh, you took the rooster and made it a pony.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're seeing that.
I don't know whether to roll on the floor or be a little bit disappointed. Not angry, just disappointed.
It's funny. Let me show everyone.
But it's my childhood you're messing with.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay. I added you to my group. Let's see if I can do this correctly. Oh, timber. Wow. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. I got it.
Huzzah!
Okay, I'm going to mute myself here.
So, Jonathan, Doug, Benny,
Yes.
some things you'd like to talk about. We kind of had this conversation earlier that was largely focused on spirituality, paganism, occultism. Is there anything maybe in the more general aspect, world religions, comparative mythology, anything like that you'd like to discuss?
One of the questions I always ask my Wiccan friends when I'm trying to challenge them to think a little bit deeper about their faith is Wicca has sort of answers for today and what you should do right now. But as far as an eschatological goal, or a final end, or a chief end, or a chief goal, I haven't found one who's really been able to articulate one in terms of their future hope, or even a future hope after death. I mean, and the answers have been varied. I mean, there are those who have said, well, we're part of the world soul, and so we're all going to go back to that. And others, sort of you go back to the earth, and so, I'll be some mushrooms somewhere. I've always, it's one feature that many major world religions have that Wicca in particular doesn't have.
Well, I think it's important to mention that Wicca, in the general sense of the word, is only one of several pagan traditions.
Oh,
and
yeah.
of Wicca, it is a very modern tradition, which is largely sort of, I don't want to say fractured, but very diverse and not always very centralized in its ideas about things. And it has a certain tendency to attract not only beginners, but people who don't really have thorough examinations of their faith or their religious beliefs, philosophy, etc. Not to say that's always the case. There are traditional Wiccans, initiated ones, people who have set ideas and do that level of study. And it's just an alternative interpretation of pagan mythology. But it is not, it is not rooted, at least not directly, in historical polytheism or anything like that.
Oh yeah, and one of the sort of crises I think that a lot of Wiccans or even some neo-pagans face is that there is no authoritative text. You're really going on a sort of group of teachers throughout an extended oral tradition that may or may not conflict with each other. And it comes really, really hard to sort of nail people down in terms of their pseudo-theology, pseudo-philosophy systematically. Because every time that you try and bring in, these, different ideas, it usually ends up being a preference for this person's book versus another, which is hard in terms of defending a concrete position for, depending on whatever your sect is, I guess you could say your coven. I don't know.
I think James has something he needs to say, so go ahead.
I wanted to say that I think, while I can only speak from my sect of paganism, which is actually a broad spectrum that I study, the Germanic faiths. As far as I can tell, from reading the sagas, there was a limited amount of authority vested in the religious establishment in the first place. Whenever Harold the Fair-Haired's son toured Norway and gave speeches about how he was Christian now, they were just completely unconcerned with his religious beliefs about death, about life, even about his personal morals. They were just worried about whether or not he was trying to start a feudal state. In fact, even though he was a Christian, Scalds still wrote about him as though he went to Valhalla, just like everybody else. I think authoritative texts, and this is only from the bias of someone who's also true. We mentioned counterculture, pagan counterculture earlier. Well, pagan counterculture, like juxtaposed against Christianity, is very much still a part of what we do. We have like Stickam Day and Radboud Day to remember like the forced conversions and things like that. So I think most heathens, speaking on behalf of an entire spectrum of Germanic pagans, see authoritative books like with literal authority that tells you exactly what you think about the afterlife as a weakness. Not traditions, solid, strong traditions and concepts.
Having a determined understanding.
Hold on, just let me finish. Here's what I mean. We have a variety of understandings based on what little we have. That's true. But when we compare it to the authority that was given to the Bible or to the Quran, I don't know anybody that wants that. Even the people who are making doctrines like the doctrines to be second-guessed. They like the doctrines to be at arm's length. Like this is what our little order practices. But nobody seems interested in telling anybody what to think. So we have conflicting ideas of the afterlife, but they all revolve around the same images that we see and the same etymology we study when we look at the images about the afterlife. Does that make sense?
So, yeah, it does make sense. And I mean, it's hard because you know when you're talking about a belief that is all-encompassing, that is supposed to accurately represent the reality in which you live, you don't want that kind of ambiguity.
Well, we don't pretend to know things we don't know, though. That's the thing. There's no need to try to nail something down if it is in many ways ineffable. Do you know what I'm saying?
It seems strange to me because, you know, we definitely don't do that. We don't follow that same practice with, you know, other sorts of knowledge.
Here's the thing. I can speak from Hellenic tradition, but also from various other polytheistic, traditionally polytheistic or quote-unquote pagan traditions. The focus is on orthopraxy, not orthodoxy. The idea of correct actions and correct rituals, but not on correct belief. And we view absolutism, absolute truths, and it's especially true in my tradition, as arrogant.
That's right.
Or hubris.
I would say
ideally, you can have an absolute truth of the world that is an arrogance. That is trying to put yourself before the gods. And that is our perspective on that. And that's largely why, even though we have mythologies, we interpret them broadly. That there are overarching ideas and virtues and rituals that are practiced, certain cultural understandings and cultural morals and such to that effect. But we never try to at any point say that this is the absolute truth beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's a part of the reason why Greek tradition had multiple philosophical interpretations of the same myths.
I understand. I've taken multiple theology courses. You know, I understand. And one of the big sort of roadblocks that I ran into was my mythology professor, who stood up to the front of the class and said the only absolute truth is that there is no absolute truth, and he's largely for the same reasons that you came up with. And there's a glaring logical problem with that statement. It violates the laws of logic, and that's a problem. It's a problem because it creates an absolute claim. It creates an absolute claim.
I'm actually not saying there's no absolute truth.
It's a colloquialism. It's not meant to be a modal logic argument, that statement.
No.
Yeah. It's more to say that there may be absolutes, but they cannot be purely quantified, beyond a shadow of a doubt. There may be absolutes in the world, like we can correlate that 2 + 2 = 4. What I'm saying is overall, complete, absolute reality. That the sum of all reality can be understood, that a single mythology, a single God, a single concept of the world, the purpose for human existence, eschatology, all of that is the arrogance. Because most traditional, they may have had what they considered to be their truth, but they would have seen that other cultures would have had theirs.
Oh,
Christianity
yeah, absolutely.
comes in and Islam comes in saying, this is the world. It was created this way by this God. These are the edicts that we lay down. Here are the commandments that you're supposed to follow. Here's what you should eat and not eat. Here's what you should do and not do.
I mean,
that is a direct conflict with traditional polytheism.
Yeah, and you have to think about it in a way that, sort of. I mean, it's the same thing that Anselm says. So I'm sort of going to echo him here. Is that you cannot conceive of God in any way that is less than anything. And it creates the necessity. I mean, I keep a blog called Effectual Calling, and in it I describe my epistemology. And basically, if you're going to have an infinite, eternal, unchanging, sort of God, the God that you would see in the Westminster Catechism, you would have a requirement of a revelation to man, because man is finite. And so any sort of faith that you're going to be able to generate there, in order for it, the finite man cannot grasp the infinite. The infinite has to come in, intercede, and work into, this sort of finite man reality there. And so you have, sort of transcendental revelation through prophets, ultimately through Christ, who is, the ultimate manifestation of God, the God-man.
Assuming it's all based on the same primary assumption that there's one God. All of it.
No,
it hinges
no.
on that idea.
It's ultimately based upon the idea of essentially where we get the word university, that there's a unity to diversity that we can study and work at. It's like where you get the secular writers who are talking about, modern science could not have existed if it wasn't for Christianity, because Christianity had an understanding of the universe that basically said that it has predictable rules that you can study and go forward from because of this unity concept. It's sort of our foundation for Western society as we know it today. So.
Go ahead, James.
So, to contrast, because I appreciate what you said there, and that was really well laid out, actually. To contrast, actually, there's tons of contrasts between monotheism and polytheism. But
I'm aware.
As coming from people who speak, I speak with people who are self-proclaimed hard polytheists, which is a really difficult position to maintain for some of the reasons you spoke of, particularly the unity of things. But I think where the difference comes is the recognition of the cold, uncalculated discord. There's unity to speak of course, but there is cold, uncalculated discord, chaos that rises up. The gods are depicted as beings that are not infinite, particularly in the Nordic tradition. Our gods are depicted as dying.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with Nordic tradition. Before I rejected Christianity, I embraced the neo-paganism. I really did, and I read hard into polytheism, and I'm very familiar with the different deities and everything else. So I know where you're coming from.
What I wanted to say was where we do see that unity, though, we tend to export I mean, heathens don't really talk about this level of epistemology. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, I know.
These things are considered very private, but when I do speak to people about it, what I do hear is that they export that unity way out into the universe. So, like...
Yeah, you can't conceive it.
Earlier we mentioned cycles, big, long cycles, like the ones that Brahminic Hindus would talk about, where one god creates this god, and this god creates the universe every X amount of billion years, and then the worlds go in cycles. That sort of thing. All of that seems to be cyclical, just from studying them in. That's believed to all be cyclical. So there's a unity to that.
Yeah.
Kind of, this is meant to happen, this has happened before, sure. But the unfolding at some level, it infinitely regresses, right? So there's this wonderful unity and interconnectivity to everything, but we recognize what we call Hagel, the hailstone. It comes just smashes all the connectivity, breaks apart, it reforms, everything comes back together like it was, or in a completely different configuration. And we have this built right into our gods too. And I just thought it was interesting to hear that from you. So this is an interesting conversation.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I've learned a lot. From. Sorry, did you want to say something, Kevin?
I just wanted to sort of reiterate, that there are different cultures and different traditions and ways of seeing the gods, but the kind of general overarching idea that is talked about, that is represented in polytheism, is that the gods are unified in the whole, in overarching, large, difficult to understand, difficult to comprehend spiritual forces, but have, whether viewed in a soft polytheist or hard polytheist configuration, do have distinction. It's almost implicit to most polytheistic traditions that many gods exist. These are the ones that I follow. So there may also be other pantheons. There may also be other conceptions. They may overlap to a certain extent. And that was evidence in historical interactions that one culture may have seen Zeus this way and they would have seen Zeus this way, et cetera, et cetera. But like I said, it's such a different way of looking at the world that the two are just almost disparate from one another. The idea of a modern exclusivist monotheism as present in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. I mean, it's very, very, very different. In the ancient world, the only analog they would have had to that would have been mystery traditions or specific cults or devotees to a particular deity. That's the closest they would have had to that, a sort of monarchy.
Oh, I know. I've had an ancient history professor who basically, is part of the camp that says Christianity is nothing more than a mystery cult gone crazy, and it just sort of went and just took over the Roman Empire, and that's how they interpret it. So I'm familiar with that line of thinking. One of the things that I've really run into is sort of how do I best express what I believe as a Christian to modern people living today, and what I find is a lot of extreme skepticism, and so that's why I really go back to epistemology. And if I can't get anybody to agree to absolutely anything else, it is without a doubt that being is. I mean, that is a statement that is incontrovertible, I think. And that's where I sort of build my epistemology. And I mean, and when we sort of talk about ultimates, in a universe where logic reigns, where you have this, or when I say logic, I'm referring specifically to the the principle of contradiction. The whole system is built up on this idea that A is not A at the same time and in the same relationship. You're going to end up with that sort of unity of being, eternality, and existence all in one. because those three concepts sort of have to exist. And I don't think neo-paganism would disagree with that. I think that on general terms they would agree that eternality, being, and existence would have to exist. One being, if it weren't so, that eternality didn't exist, then you'd have to have something that existed before it was, and sort of a pre-existence, which is, sort of that sort of thing. But yeah.
I could speak here from the Greek tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Gods are uncreated, unbegotten, and eternal, and so is the universe. That's a general understanding of the world. It's reflected in a lot of Vedic and Buddhist thought.
Yeah,
whether exactly our current manifestation exists linearly to our perception, the idea is that all of the divine, not just the cosmos, but the symphon, the whole of all of the universe, including all the worlds, all the gods, everything that exists, has in some form always existed. So that's how we correlate that.
Yeah,
and there's a whole mythology to that. There's whole philosophical reasons for that. Read Seleucus' On the Gods. He talks about that in depth.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, they definitely are a mystery, these ultimate origins questions. And I think that I would agree that you cannot, modern man cannot sort of divine for himself what that is. And that's essentially why I believe revelation is required. I think it's foolishness to think that a finite man can comprehend the infinite universe in which he lives in totality.
And that was why ancient peoples had mythology. They had their own poetic and cultural understandings, their attempts to connect with the divine, and done so in a virtuous and pious manner. But at the end of the day, when we get to this conversation, when you're talking about, basically non-Christians, whether they're polytheists or modern Hindus or Buddhists, you will eventually inexorably get to the point of the idea of prophecy and whether you can prove that such a thing exists. And a lot of times that argument comes down to the sort of Pascal's wager. I hear that all the time.
Oh, I hate Pascal's wager.
Wouldn't you rather believe that this exists in case you're wrong?
I'll take the $1 million suitcase with a free vacation.
Fair enough. But to those of us that have genuine connections to our gods, at a certain point, you're basically sort of arguing something we have no connection to. To us, the idea of this prophecy, this special knowledge, we do very much see that as a sort of mystery tradition that we want nothing to do with. Not out of hate necessarily, though there are those who are just vehemently anti-Christian. I just see it as, well, that's just your truth. I see you as having your own heaven somewhere.
Yeah, I do have an article that I do like to share with people. It's just called Christ, the Fulfillment of Prophecy, and it talks a lot about, just going through the Old Testament and talking about different passages, that apply to various different events, but also sort of give you a picture of a pre-incarnate Christ. I mean, you can pretty much reconstruct the life of Christ as portrayed in the Gospels from the Old Testament if you pick the right passages and you look at them with a prophetic lens. And to me, that's powerful, especially if you can sort of give someone the entire story of Christ apart from actually opening the New Testament. I think that's a really good witness for, sort of Jewish folks. But other than that, I don't expect people to agree, oh, well, prophecy's the way. Just because, wow, there's a lot of compelling coincidence there. And I don't actually believe that I can argue any sort of person to believe in Christ. I'm a big follower of Cornelius Van Til, and also, I don't believe that it's possible for any sort of amount of argument to convince anyone the truth of the gospel or the validity of Scripture.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't Paul even talks about, basically set aside worldly wisdom and worldly knowledge. Faith is the belief in things not seen and I forget how the rest of it goes, but
Yeah,
he seemed to kind of go into that direction that you can't try to approach it from a worldly
actually,
wisdom-centered
yeah,
approach.
he said that, but in practice, he also basically tried to point out. I mean, basically, what we can do as Christians is basically tell people, look, this is talking about historic events. When we talk about a cross, we're talking about something that you could put your hand across and get a splinter. We're not talking about religious symbols. We're not talking about anything from the Orthodox camp.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that it isn't. It is this whole idea of faith as a blind leap came from Soren Kierkegaard, and then was taken up by Hegel and a few other theologians in Germany. And then it sort of infiltrated the culture since then, as theothanatology or the death of God movement sort of took off. All that really mattered for them was that you had some sort of connection to the story of the faith. They would talk about, like Karl Barth would talk about the resurrection of Christ. And what he meant was, he didn't really mean that there was a physical resurrection. What he meant was that, you think about Christ and you dwell on him in your personal life. And so for you, Christ is resurrected inside of you because you find the story compelling, which I don't subscribe to at all. I'm viciously opposed to neo-orthodoxy. But Paul was also standing before Felix, and Felix is sort of questioning him about things that are going on. He basically says, these things weren't done in a corner. These things that I'm talking about were, you were there. You saw them, and he's trying to build an argument that is based on not only, faith is involved. Faith is very powerful. And Paul is a prime example of that faith. He, when he was walking to Damascus, did not believe that Jesus was the Son of God, did not, of his own volition, come through some sort of argument that he thought to himself, hey, I'm all of a sudden going to side with the Christians. No, he needs he needs God himself to move in his heart in order for him to come to believe. And that's what I believe happens. Every single step of the Christian walk is sort of God initiated, which puts me in stark contrast to an Arminian who believes, I'm by choice. I believe God because he's really cool and I like him. He's my homeboy. I wear t-shirts and walk around.
Now, do you think that proselytizing could kind of trigger that direct contact event, like in the case of Paul, given that you're a Calvinist?
I think that
is it like a catalyst?
I believe in evangelism. I believe that while I cannot specifically persuade someone to believe in Christ, I believe that I can give someone an orthodox understanding of the gospel, and I can show them, the truths of it and the way I live my life, and also, I can even give you like the logical cogency of it through argument. But I don't believe that any argument will persuade someone to believe. I believe that God uses various events in a person's life to shape and mold them into the person that they are. And I have a lot of friends who are hard-nosed atheists, polytheists, whole various beliefs. We have great conversations. I really love speaking with them, and I really believe that even from my view, that they are valued and treasured by God. And in my view, I don't know who the elect are. And when I look at my friends, they're like, to me, it's like, it could be tomorrow, it could be when they're 40, it could be never. But I always pray and hope for, my friends, salvation and things like that.
What if it is never, and if it's predetermined, why?
it is never, that's basically God's choosing. It's God's prerogative. God is in a mission of glorifying Himself, and we're sort of caught up in that story. It's why the Catechism starts with, "What is the chief end of man? What is the chief end of humanity? It is to enjoy God and to glorify Him forever." And it's, John Piper has sort of taken that and ran with it. He says, to enjoy God by, or to glorify God by enjoying forever. Sorry, I got the two statements confused. And it's really, just sort of realizing this goodness, and embracing it. It's called, he's termed it Christian hedonism. It's great, and to me, it's like, I have a lot of joy, and I'm very, not that I'm joyful all the time, um, and I get a lot of strength when I'm suffering, through Christ, and and I'm convinced at this point that this is the truth of reality, and I understand there's a lot of personal things going on, and I don't like to push people too hard, because I know life is tough.
What you just said, how you get a lot of strength. Correct me if I've misstated you, but you said you get a lot of strength in your suffering even.
Yes. Yeah.
That reminds me of one of my favorite passages from Paul, where he says, he's talking about the thorn in his side.
Yeah.
And he's conversing with God, and God basically says, "My grace is sufficient for you."
Yes.
And I've always
deal with Paul.
Yeah. I've always loved Christian liturgy, and that I have a few like gem passages that I really love, and that's always been one of them.
Yeah, and it's true. I think that hardships in our life are not only to, I think a lot of my hardships have done a lot more to ruin my pride than anything else, especially when it comes to money and, leaving college and thinking I'm going to get the best job and everything else. I'm going to be, I'm so great. All my teachers think I was special. I don't understand why people so perceive me that way.
I have a specific question for you.
Yeah.
Related to what I was saying before. What do you believe happens to predetermined non-believers? Their whole life, they go through it. They're good people. Let's just even assume that they're good people.
Yeah.
And that they don't believe, they die. What happens?
Yeah.
In your belief?
They partake in common, what I believe is common grace. Live in a fallen world, yes. And total depravity exists, but doesn't mean that people are as depraved as they can be. And there's a large measure of God's grace enacting in the world. I think that sort of predetermined non-believers can have good lives, good families, or good in a relative sense of the word, not in an absolute sense. I think that they are ultimately in the hands of God. Pharaoh was hardened, and God grants sort of repentance to people that He chooses. And most people that I have found who sort of are unrepentant, it's a willful unrepentance. And that may be God's doing. It has to be. But
So God
gosh.
likes it. God likes it that people go to hell.
No. You're misunderstanding me. God's decreed will is that all humanity would be reconciled to Himself, so that all people would come to know Him and to love Him. However,
then how do they?
However, we know that such is not the case, and so there is not only the decreed call, or the general call. There's a hidden will of God, and then there's so we've got decreed will and hidden will, by which there are people who are not saved, and God wills it to happen. And then you also have the general call and the effectual call. My blog that I have is called Effectual Calling. So the general call is God calls all humanity to be reconciled to Him. The effectual call is they respond. God regenerates them. Effectual calling is the work of God's Spirit, whereby convincing us of sin and misery, enlightening our minds, and renewing our wills, He doth enable and persuade us to embrace Jesus Christ, freely offered in the gospel. That's effectual calling.
That's a lot of terms to kind of describe something that doesn't get to the question I asked you.
Well,
Like,
no,
at all.
it does. It answers your question directly. What I'm telling you is that these people are used by God in a way. They also partake in the common grace of God, and ultimately their destiny is their destiny will be essentially separation. I know that God, in His perfect and just will, has brought that to happen. And I also know that He has done absolutely everything to pave the path to redemption. So I don't
But
really have a
pure Calvinism is
yes.
that everything is predetermined by God, you're saying that
By
God is
providence.
predetermined.
It has to be that way. It's
So God's a dick?
no,
Because
that is not the responsibility.
he's clearly putting some people outside
Yeah,
of heaven
he
on
is. He is.
purpose.
And he's really made it really easy for people to sort of see what his will is towards them. Especially when he decrees that I wish that that all would be saved. Especially when he gives his son to die on the cross. God is. It isn't like God is hiding in a corner somewhere so these unrepentant people don't hear about him. Um, in fact, in
But
today's modern society.
you're conflicting yourself. You're presupposing determinism and then saying that it's presented for people to willfully find. Which one is it? Is it purely determined, or is it free will? Do we have free will?
We have limited free will. We have
Okay. So
we
you're a
do not.
compatibilist.
I'm not compatibilist. What I'm telling you is that all right. So I'm a human being and I cannot fly, no matter how much I will to do so. That is not a mistake in sort of logic or free will. Free will does not exist. It is always shaped by context, and your decisions are based upon the context of your situation. I do not believe that there is such a thing as a truly free choice. In fact, that logic doesn't
Then
allow that.
you are a determinist.
There is no such thing as non-determinism when it comes. Yeah, yeah.
Then you're
I would.
determined. So
Yes,
once
and even
again,
mine
I'm
would back
correct.
me up on that.
Once again, I'm correct. He chooses to put people in that place.
It
It's
seems
his
like
will that they're that way.
Yeah, it is, and it's
Okay.
perfect. It's a perfect and just will.
so. Despite the fact that he paves the way, if somebody was, wanting to become holy based off of the predetermined
Yeah,
will, they
I
could not
understand.
ever become the whole repentant thing.
You just said it though. There, you said was wanting. If the person is unrepentant, it is not the case that he wills to be repentant. It is impossible for him to do so. Do you understand? That's why I explained that in effectual calling. Like,
No,
it
you're going
is.
back and
Not
forth.
really.
You're using
I know. I'm
language
sorry.
that,
I'm
that
sorry.
implies free will, and then you're using language
Reformed
that.
theology is a very large, discipline, and it takes a lot of years of study. But what I'm trying to lay it out in the simplest terms possible is that, the rebellious man, fallen man, does not have the will within himself to want Christ. Christ must work within him to in order for him to come to that, be convinced of his sin and misery. It doesn't happen on your own. It has to be something Christ does. And so, in that case, yes, those people
And you're saying if he's the
those
one doing it, if somebody else is doing it, it's their job. You have no free will. It's completely determined. So if they don't, They die, go to hell, whatever the case may be, whatever thing non-believers go to when you believe.
What is your
God
problem?
failed. God failed.
It is a completely just system. The people who
No, it's not. It's stupid. He's clearly choosing some people to go to heaven and some people to go to hell. That's completely illogical. It completely contradicts Christianity.
No, it doesn't.
Calvinism
it
is silly.
actually affirms Christianity. It affirms the fact that Christ's sacrifice was necessary. It is, to me to approach, such grace in a way that says, God, you're just not that smart. You don't know really what you're doing. You're condemning all these good suburbanites to hell. That.
He kind of is, if determinism is the overarching aspect of free will versus determinism. If human beings, their whole lives, their goal, their final result is determined by something else other than their own will, he implicitly chooses some people go here and some people go here. So how does that at all correlate with the idea of people coming to God?
Yes, I know, but you're assuming that all these human beings are eggs that are, equal in absolutely every single way. And that is sort of the mistake. All of man
so then he just chooses bad eggs. He chooses good eggs and bad eggs. He creates good eggs and bad eggs.
Well, the eggs are continually bad. He chooses them of no merit. There's no merit in the eggs that God sort of chooses.
How is that even possible? Because they have an end result, and he knows all things, so they're either going to go here or they're going to go there. So there is an implicit judgment. He's judging based on creation who's going to go here and who's going to go there. I don't see how I'm being at all illogical in my assertion of this belief.
I understand that you do not. You're being, but ultimately, what you're saying is that you have the ability to make a better decision.
I have the ability to make a decision. I have the ability to make decisions.
No, you're saying that you have a better one because you're already putting a judgment onto it. You're being very judgmental and saying that no, this is something that is wrong. God, you haven't figured it out right.
Hold on right there. You're a Christian who obviously believes that you have a better result. So don't even say that to me. You have no business saying that to me. Because you basically, by being a Christian, think you have a better result than I do. So that's complete BS. I call BS on that.
Can you think of a situation in which anyone who believed that they had the absolute truth would feel any different?
Feel any different than that?
Yeah. I mean, considering where
I don't believe I have an absolute truth.
Where you're coming from. It basically states that there has to be a multiplicity of views.
Yeah, and what you're saying is that you're justified in having your truth, and I'm not justified in having mine. That's exactly what you're saying.
I'm not saying that you're not justified in having yours. I'm merely trying to express the system in which, in the clearest terms possible,
and they're not clear at all. You're going back and forth between two completely divergent opinions of free will versus determinism.
Either you're better than your explanation. No disrespect.
What's up?
I'm saying I understand calculus a little bit better than I understand his explanation.
Fair enough.
And I mean, I wish I could just say read the catechism and you'd understand. That would be easy, and that would be wrong of me to say.
Well, it doesn't matter because I'm determined to not understand it.
No.
It's kind of like the concept of a glass ceiling in that no matter what I do, in the end, if God does not choose me, I will not be redeemed.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
but you
is
can
clear,
still
black and white.
you can still understand the faith without being regenerate. I know people who understand, basically who can understand and defend Christian presuppositions while remaining an atheist in total. Especially, this point.
In the way that I can understand Nazism.
I understand what absolutism is. It's a form of religious imperialism.
Wow. All right. See, that's a judgment call. So
Yeah, one that I am completely free to make.
It
I
is,
live in a
it
free
is,
country.
it is, it is one you're free to make, but at the same time, it clouds your judgment in terms of determining it as from an academic perspective, from
Which you mean to
from
say
stepping
cloud my judgment
outside.
from agreeing with you?
No, what I'm asking you to do is to step outside the system and try and think of it in a way that, okay, I'm trying to create a system by which works logically concurrent. If I'm going to claim a God who is omniscient, who is eternal, who is merciful, he must be constructed in this way by which all things are held in his hands by his providential control, and by which his measure of mercy is displayed, and by which evil and sin ultimately has his wrath thrust upon it. In order for
If you
him to
presuppose that there's one God, that you have one life, and you either go to heaven and hell, which is a bunch of presuppositions. There's no real logical continuity to those beliefs. That is clearly religious specific.
First off, that oversimplifies the gospel. Heaven and hell are temporary places by which human beings dwell after death before the final consummation, where the new heaven and the new world is established on this planet.
Okay.
They are temporary locations. They're
Okay.
not. They
now
are.
Let me ask you in very simple language. Person who is good doesn't believe in God or believes in other gods. They don't believe in the gospel or Christianity. They die. Where did they go? Like, walk me through this belief. Where did they go after that?
First off, they don't will to. They are not capable of being good in the capital G sense.
Okay, whatever the case may be, they have been chosen to this life.
They're capable of being good suburbanites. Yeah. To use Van Til's language.
Whatever. They've been determined to live this life. They die. Where do they go?
I've already told you. They suffer the judgment of God, by which their entire life was upheld by his providential control. And he will convict them, because throughout their life he had sent, signs and things like that. And, yes, I mean...
Then they willfully rejected it. Then determinism doesn't exist.
Yes. No, double predestination exists because it's an extension of who God is in his essence. I mean, when you conceive of God in this way, it is impossible to think of this situation in any other possible way. And that's why I say, Anselm is really good at articulating that point.
Once again, it is completely illogical to me. It's a determinist position with religious trappings. That's all I see from that.
I know it's hard for you to accept. And it's just, I'm not asking you to accept it in full. All I'm saying is that I'm trying to give you a picture of what this system looks like.
I have, and I see that system, and I've read about that system many, many times. It does not make sense. It doesn't even make sense for Christianity, more or less any other belief. So I there again, we just hit an impasse. I just do not see its purpose.
I know. I'm very familiar. And Athanasius was saying this in Nicaea. He was run out of town and almost killed. So I'm very familiar with that sort of, reaction. Many people died so that Orthodox could have its heyday. Why should reprobates care if they sin, Reuven? Because if they're conscious that they're sinning, they know better, and they're going to feel.
Then they have free will. Then they have free will.
Well, no. Then God has actually given them a measure of grace and allowed them to make that judgment call. A reprobate.
So he gives them temporary free will. So he goes against.
It's not free will that he's given him.
Constructed them.
It's not free will that's given. It's a work of his spirit that
they can't choose to not sin. So I mean, really, it's kind of a catch-22.
Well, not really. I mean, Christians sin. They don't stop sinning after God gives them that sort of measure of grace to
so they have the choice to sin.
Yes and no. Yes,
What?
they have. Yes, they have that thought that runs through their mind. Are they able to say no matter how much they will? I'm not so sure.
God making them sin, which will condemn them to hell, but you're saying they don't have free choice, which means
in which case, I know you don't get it because you're still conceiving of God in a limited way. I mean, when you think about it providentially,
I'm trying to conceive this as words written by man of an interpretation of what they think to be God.
Exactly, and it's. When you're talking about providence, you're talking about something that is, it's paradoxical.
It's intentionally vague, and you can't expect people to understand something that's that intentionally vague. Honestly,
I wouldn't say that it's intentionally vague. I would say that it's describing, again, there's this creator-creature distinction, this infinite-finite distinction, and there are some things that you would expect in any logical system to just not make sense. And I think the best example is a 3D object in a 2D universe. People in a 2D universe are never going to be able to fully conceive of 3D objects, or it's always going to appear to them as sort of, if I put a sphere through a plane, a circle that sort of starts as a point and gets larger and larger and passes through, and you're not ever going, you're going to have varying interpretations of that, varying understanding of that, but the fact of the remains, this is assuming that there's a third party that's able to sort of see that. But this is what we're talking about the complexity of having an infinite in scope and dimension, and all the different things, and then finite man. You're going to always have paradoxes, and you should expect paradoxes to exist.
The words of man are entirely paradoxical. However, what you're claiming to be the word of God or the word of anything inspired by God is inherently an interpretation. It cannot be the actual word of God. So what they're all saying as, well, it's predetermined, but you don't have free will, but you will to sin. So it's intentionally.
I never said free will. I think I've said limited.
Yeah.
And limited free will, we all know is a cop-out because there really isn't any such. It's either free will or there is none, and we know that free will does not exist. We know that. We know that logically speaking. We know that scientifically speaking. Free will never exists.
Then explain the strange actions of atoms and subatomic particles.
That doesn't give you free will. That would give you a randomness at best.
Yes, and it's
difference.
Stephen Hawking says that it's determinism. So.
Instead of trying to bash the opposite side with logic and reason, maybe we should try to, try to bridge the gap in between the areas. The concepts of God are not exactly contingent upon consistency and logic. Just pointing that out.
I would say that. I mean, how are you determining that statement? I mean, God is expressed as the Logos. He is logic. And Jesus is expressed as, Justin Martyr, the incarnate Logos, the incarnate Word of God, the incarnate logic of the universe, the incarnate foundation. Letters.
I was referring to I was referring to the concepts of God. The concepts of God tend to be fairly contradictory. I mean, you may not see it that way, and in fact, you may see there's this perfect syncretism of consistency. But if you take away the religious notions, if you take away the certain theological precepts and the preconceived notions of what theology actually puts God into, you tend to see it from a perspective of that this is contradictory. But that's fine. That's fine. Views of God that are contradictory in their own right, even ideas such as free will, versus limited free will versus all these types of things. They're not exactly consistent with each other. Like you're always going to find some kind of theological precept that's inconsistent within a particular religious sect, whether it be Christianity, Islam, or even Judaism. Less so than Judaism, but my point is simply that to not accept this idea that there are no inconsistencies, that there are no that there is no contradictions whatsoever, I think it's just as close-minded to understanding your own particular theological notions rather than just like the theist, just like the atheist, who comes in here and tries to bash the theist with logic and reason and saying, that's inconsistent, that's this is that, instead of trying to bridge the gap between the two.
What I'm trying to get across is I really don't like the concept that I'm automatically going to go to hell in one person's theology just based on the fact that I don't believe in the same thing as them.
I'm a good person, damn it! I'm not going to hell. You can't say that. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
No, that's a perfectly moral reaction, and it's to be expected.
Yes, it is.
People
I agree.
Don't like to be said that they're bad people when they believe that they're good people. And that's one of the reactions that happens from time to time with outside groups coming in and telling them they have to act a certain way. I'm pretty sure even the evangelical Christians in the southern states view it as that way. But instead of having that sort of virulent reaction, perhaps we should dialogue as to why that reaction actually exists, and to sort of come to an understanding of each other.
Oh no, I'm all for understanding. I mean, come on.
Okay.
Jonathan, is it common for Calvinists that you know of to not accept free will in general?
Is it common?
In other words, I've heard. Well, I don't know if they're Calvinists, but I've heard the argument that while God has foreknowledge, that doesn't in and of itself negate that in other words, he just knew ahead of time the free choices people would make. So there is predestination, but there's also free will. But are you saying that free will is not a part of it? That it's predestination with determinism?
Yeah. What I explain to my fellow Christians is that when you're looking at predestination and free will, you're looking at it is a paradox. You need to believe both because the Bible talks about both. The Bible talks about the elect, and it talks about how we are the predestined. Those are words that are found in the English, the ESV, and other translations in English. And then also you need to believe that a measure of free will exists, and I mean it is a measure of free will. We know that there is no such thing as free choice in a purely materialistic universe. We also know that because you're shaped by your environment, you're shaped by your raising. The very fact that I can pick up a pencil or not pick up a pencil is shaped by the fact that there's a pencil in front of me. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there, and I always like to sort of show people that's they're both working, but ultimately God decides.
Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, Kev, I didn't mean to drag us into that debate. I was just curious what his particular position as a Calvinist was, so that's the only reason I was inquiring about that.
No, don't you worry about it. We were talking about it earlier. I just didn't realize it was going to go that long. It's not an argument that I like to have. It's one of my it's on the top of my list of things I don't like. I don't like rooms that are dominated by atheism versus theism. I don't like that. I don't like determinism versus free will. I don't like being in rooms where you just talk about hot button political issues like a 4-hour conversation about abortion rights. I mean, these are the kinds of things I don't want to be in because that's not a discussion. That's just an argument that's protracted and extended for hours on end, and everyone's upset, but yet they somehow like it. It's like a sort of masochism argument.
Yeah, we can definitely go in another direction. In fact, I kind of agree with you basically.
Anybody want to bring up anything, go right ahead. I'm going to go get another cappuccino.
Well, I did want to kind of piggyback on the point that you made about the toxic environments discussions, really. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I kind of left places like Powell Talk, which is kind of strange, really, because with Powell Talk, I went there and there was like a lot of good discussions on religions, even though we would disagree. And the political section was just garbage. It was just red team versus blue team. And no matter what room I went in, I was always identified as either as a liberal or a conservative, even though I'm a technocrat. And even if I'm a technocrat, they would still attack me because they don't like the technocrats in Europe, even though they don't even bother asking me whether even I would agree with them or not. But it's just I think when it comes down to it, I think that a lot of people are getting roped up into ideologies, and they're not getting and they're not trying to actually exchange ideas. They're trying to exchange opposite ideologies, and as a result of this, people sort of form this in-group, out-group psychology, where in which they have this in-group that they agree with, that they have ideological premises and ideological points that they agree with. But if they have a group that they identify as being the out-group, someone who makes opposing viewpoints, someone who makes opposing ideas that they don't particularly agree with, they won't sit down and simply listen to the person and think, you know what? While I don't agree with everything he says, this is a great point, and I'm going to expand on that and simply talk about that. But instead of doing that, what most people do, and I've done it before, in fact I'm actually trying to change it myself, is that a lot of people only focus on the disagreements. And they never focus on what they agree with to sort of come to a better understanding. Or even if they focus on the disagreements, there's no attempt to sort of understand what the root cause of the disagreement is. One of the more intellectual discussions I got into was about social sciences and why a friend of mine particularly doesn't consider the social sciences to actually be science. And it always came down to the issues of methodologies and the way in which the experiments are being framed. So, and we agreed by and large on that. So there's just, I don't know, maybe it's the internet. Maybe it's just the issue of the fact that we're not talking in front of one another, so we're not going to carefully frame our responses more so than we would in person. It's an interesting sociological aspect which I think needs to be attended to more by academics in the field. I'm sorry, did I kill the room? I apologize about that.
Damn it, Devin, why'd you do that? That was a joke.
I don't know. I just come into a room with an AK-47 and I start firing my mouth off. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I really admire your collection back there, Doug.
Who was talking?
It's me, John.
Oh.
Like the Scotch is just. I'm just admiring.
Oh. I've gotten several compliments on that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my book collection's growing, so the Scotch bottles are.
We'll have to the books must decrease, the Scotch must decrease.
Yeah.
It's a sad, sad state of affairs.
You got to find that perfect, harmonious balance between Scotch and books.
Yes, I agree. I'm part of a group called in talking about theology and sharing beer. It's fantastic, and Scotch is often a topic of discussion.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. We're like, being Reformed, we're not like Baptist or Methodist. We don't have any prohibitions against smoking or drinking or anything like that, apart from extreme drunkenness and binge drinking and smoking yourself to the point where you get lung cancer and die. Those things aren't very good. But I think anyone would tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I myself, I don't mind like people going into like completely binge drinking or going out of control in there, because if we didn't have those people, Edgar Allan Poe would not have existed as the poet that he was, and we wouldn't have too many great musicians in many ways. So I think that's all. Personally, for me, I tend to think of it more as like a personal choice. If you want to destroy your liver, that's fine. But if you're doing so, at least try to contribute something, like write some great poetry, or write an entirely and fantastic novel. Do something along those lines. At least then you'll be leaving a legacy that's actually positive for a change.
Oh yeah, I remember being in my ethics class. We were reading, I think, Alistair McIntyre, and one of his big philosophies was like sort of the narrative of life, and he basically said, the best thing that you can do in this existence is sort of, write a story of your life and make it a damn good one. I mean, that was his whole, he's an old Scottish philosopher. Really, really neat idea, though.
Mm-hmm. You guys may not know him. I know Reuven does. Joe Rogan. He says, pretend you're the star in your own movie. And make sure it's a movie you'd want to watch.
Yeah. I like that.
Mm. You a maniac, huh?
How long did it take?
So this theology/beer group you're in,
yes.
Is it just drinking beer, period, or are you guys into like craft beers or
mainly craft brews?
Oh,
I think
cool.
sometimes it degenerates to everybody trying to run up each other on the new craft brew that they, how hipster are you sort of thing going on.
Yeah.
Well, I tried this one over here. But really, really good taste. I found a lot of good recommendations that I've been very impressed with.
I've been into craft beer for a while, so I was way into it for a long time, where I was obsessed over it. But now I just enjoy it casually. But I'm still into craft beer. But I'm not. I don't go on like seasonal rare release hunts for beer anymore.
Yeah.
Now I do that for Scotch and bourbon.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, I was in the philosophy club back on campus, and instead of like us buying cheapo beer and cheapo liquor, we would invest at least twice a semester in buying like $70 and $80 bottles of scotches and whiskeys and bourbons, and oh my goodness, it was fantastic. We'd have a tasting party, and it was called our Socrates Drink and Talk, our Socrates Cafe meeting. It's fantastic.
That's awesome. I knew people around here that would be into something like that.
Where are you around about?
Central coast of California.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're far away. I'm in Pennsylvania.
Where are you at?
I'm in Pennsylvania, so yeah.
There may actually be something like that. I just haven't really looked for it either, so.
Now I have to click it.
Of course, it's a Benny link. Oh my god, this is dumb. Come on, Benny. That video is way below your caliber. Yeah, are you into do you like the Isla scotches, the real peaty, smoky?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Lafroig. I like the peaty. I've got the triple wood. Oh my gosh, triple wood.
Yeah, I have a bottle of that. I haven't opened it yet though.
Get ready to live. Oh my
I just finished recently a bottle of quarter cask, which I thought was really, really good.
Yeah.
Have you had quarter cask? That's Lafroig.
I haven't had quarter cask.
It's
I was thinking about it the other day because I ran into it. I was at there's this place in Delaware called Atlantic Liquors, the greatest liquor store in the world. They've got a really good selection, and that's pretty much it. More expensive than PA, and we have a state-controlled liquor system.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I highly recommend it. It's fantastic.
Good.
And one of my other favorites is from Ardbeg called Ugadal. That's a really, really heavily peated, full flavored. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of? Have you ever had any of the expensive Johnny Walkers? And what do you think?
You mean like the really several multi-$100 ones?
Well, yeah, like blue. I mean, I've had green, blue, platinum, gold.
No, I've just had red, black, and double black. That's it. And I'm not really a fan of them, to be honest. Now I haven't had their real high-end stuff, so I have no idea what if I would like that or not.
Yeah, the green label runs around $73.
That's buy it if you see it out there. Buy it because they just discontinued it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was really good. That was very similar to, your sort of Highland scotches.
Mm-hmm.
You really got a nice peat flavor to it, which was, it was recessed, but it was very smooth. It was a solid drink. The black is just burn. I feel like I have a friend who was really into Christopher Hitchens, so he was really like, I gotta get this Johnny Walker Black, and he got sick of it too. It's too strong.
Oh, it was too much smoke for him.
Well, no, not too much smoke because he's into the Lafroigs. It was the burn, I think. It was not smooth enough.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I tend to like the single malts more than blends in general. But there are some really, really good blends out there too.
Definitely. I used to work at a liquor store. It was just a job to get me through applying for real jobs, and I at the time teaching a Sunday school class, an adult Sunday school class at my church, and people got a kick out of the fact that old folks got a kick out of the fact that I worked at a liquor store and was also teaching Sunday school.
Kevin, have you ever had Turkish coffee?
Oh, Turkish coffee.
I'm a coffee fiend. I've had every form of coffee that exists. I'm not even joking.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I really love coffee. For a while, I got really into just buying. There was this place in Washington where they were really keen on getting you the freshest roasted beans possible. So you'd order from them, they'd ship a priority mail, and they guaranteed like the beans were roasted no longer than I think 5 days ago. And then I got like a nice burr grinder and a French press and just amazing coffee. But I also tried at a Moroccan restaurant. I tried Turkish coffee, and I just immediately fell in love with that stuff. It's just so good. And I got this special hand grinder and
Turkish coffee. Turkish coffee is the analog for the oldest coffee that exists. In Ethiopia, originally was made in clay pots or in gourds, and they roasted that way or cooked.
When they
Turkish
smash
coffee
it up with a pestle.
Yeah, and Turkish coffee is like a refined analog of that because it's made with fire. And what you do is you put the grinds directly into the water with the stove on, and then what happens is you let it bubble up and then turn the heat down. Put it back on again, let it bubble up. You do that about 2 more times, and then it's ready. And then what you do is with the ibrik, and regionally there's different forms of it. The Greeks call it something, the Turks call it one thing, the Persians call it this, and Arabs call it that or whatever, but it's all basically the same design. You pour gently into a cup, trying to leave all the sediment at the bottom as much as possible.
Yeah.
As much as possible at the bottom, and then similar to the kind of tea culture, if there's any grinds left at the bottom, you can actually use that to tell your fortune. It's like a common practice.
Yeah,
but
I got
the original coffee.
I got the hand-hammered copper e-bricks, the thing you're talking about. Did the whole everything, but I did get some Turkish coffee, like from an American Turkish like ethnic retailer kind of thing, and I didn't like it. It was just the pre-ground big. It was just not. I prefer like the fresh ground, fresh coffee, and just doing it myself.
It all comes down to the grind. You want to get it super
powder,
fine.
like flour, yeah.
Powder, yeah. I have a mini espresso machine at my house. I have a regular coffee maker. I have a mocha pot, which is a sort of like Italian percolator, and I have a Keurig machine. So I have different coffees for different things. I was having this conversation with one of my social groups, and I have this perspective of coffee. Even though I prefer like espresso, like really, really good espresso, I think encouraging people to have good coffee that's fresh, regardless of which method they use, is better than saying, well, this is the only real coffee, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You were saying?
Oh, are you a fan of the French press at all?
Hold on, I need to ask something about coffee here because I'm trying to change my diet. Are there any coffee brands, coffee blends, and all that are healthy for you? I'm just simply asking because I'm trying to get more health in my diet and whatnot.
All coffee is very good for you. It is loaded with antioxidants. Loaded with antioxidants. The buzz that you get from coffee is not just from the caffeine. It's actually from the antioxidants that are being put into your body. And those antioxidants, look them up. It's specific to coffee. I don't remember what it's called, but it has a bunch of really excellent health benefits. It's just if you drank too much at one time, caffeine can give you problems. So basically, the only downfall of coffee is if you have a caffeine sensitivity or if you drink too much of it. That can be bypassed by having a decent diet.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that a little bit. Now, my dad particularly, he drinks green tea. In fact, I was thinking about getting that. What's the antioxidant ratio between the two? Would I be better off in drinking green tea or coffee?
Coffee, I think.
Coffee has more antioxidants, but it also has more tannins. So it depends on your sensitivity to tannins in coffee. But yeah, coffee is much, much better. And if you want to bypass coffee altogether, they have green coffee supplements that you can actually order. But Doug, I do have a French press. I went to, I think it was a Ross or a Marshalls, and they have a lot of like discount shit, right? Mm-hmm. And I saw this like $30 French press for $5. It's like this solid glass with like the really hard plastic casing to it. And great thing about a French press is you don't have to just use it with coffee. It's an excellent tea thing. If you have like an electric kettle, like my brother drinks a lot of tea, so we have like tea that we order online, like specific temperatures that you steep certain kinds of teas at. Yeah. So you make the hot water, and then you put the grinds. I usually use half a cup to a 2-cup French press, and then pour the water in, and you stir it around a bit for like 30 seconds or so,
and let it sit for a few minutes.
3 minutes seems to be the hot, like the sweet spot, and then what you do is you kind of push it down a little bit, and then you just let the weight of your hand kind of go down to the bottom, and hold it, and then hold the top, and with the other hand pour it. Make sure that you have the other stopper like held down tight so that you don't get any grinds. You might get a little bit depending on the grind that you use. Finer grinds, you don't see a French press. You don't actually want the grinds to be very.
No, very you want a coarse,
Coarse, you want coarse grinds. So that's where a lot of that comes from. But French press coffee is excellent. It's like, so you have brewed coffee over here, right? And then you have French press, which is just above that. Then you have the percolators in the mocha, which is a pseudo espresso. And then you have Turkish coffee, which is almost like espresso. And then you have full-blown espresso machines.
Yeah.
You have 10 bar, 15 bar, 19 bar. There are espresso machines that like their extraction rate is fucking out of this world, but you really only need 15 bar for a good espresso. It always, always, always comes down to the freshness of the grinds. I order beans we have this like nice little market that's open 24 hours. They have a whole section just full of coffee beans. They have a huge decaf section, and they're decafs, and it's like this generic coffee bean. But like I was like, this is cheap as fuck just to buy a liter of coffee beans, and it's better than most of the coffee shops out there. Just by picking a certain flavor, because it seriously all just comes down to that. So I keep the beans as is. I could keep it for months, and then I just grind as much as I need for a few days. Like I put it in little jars, because I keep a lot of jars, So I grind it in my little coffee grinder. I put it on the fine setting. So I go to 4 cups, the lowest setting, and then fine. So that it grinds it as tightly and as finely as it possibly can. And then, it just smells so good. And any grinds you make, they usually stay fresh for about 3 days. So I make about 3 days worth.
Yeah.
And
I've found I would always order. I don't do it very much anymore, just because for whatever reason, I haven't found time to fit that into my schedule anymore. But
I think you'd like the French press. It doesn't take any time at all. It takes maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, I used to do it all the time. I have all the equipment and everything. I just haven't been doing it for whatever reason.
I would say that the French press is the simplest form of coffee.
Yeah.
You don't need bags. You don't need anything. All you need is the French press, hot water, and coffee.
And a good grinder helps.
Yeah, but you can get a hand grinder. You don't have to get an electric if you're a little more patient. But I usually just get the little ones. They have $15 or $20 for a decent, like Mr. Coffee makes a decent coffee grinder. Some of the big brands, they make decent ones.
Yeah. But I noticed that when I was ordering those fresh beans, that after about a month, they really start to smell. Even the whole beans, they kind of started to smell like rancid to me.
You may be a lot more
changed.
selective. You might be a little more selective. I have a good taste, but I actually like the way the coffee tastes after about a few weeks.
Oh,
When
okay.
it's in a big bag. But I keep them in a cold, dark place. We have a
Yeah.
whole cabinet. So you might be getting some problems where you're leaving your bags out of coffee. You want to make sure they're like stored somewhere. Some people actually believe in storing their beans in the refrigerator. They feel that that it preserves the flavor a little better.
Yeah.
But it depends on how you buy it and what vessel you use to contain it. I haven't noticed too much of a difference, but yeah, after probably about a month, maybe a month and a half, they usually start to go a little funky. But it lasts so much longer than grinds.
Oh,
Like
totally.
grinds will go, they will be flat
about
out
a week.
bad. Yeah, in a week. So
Yeah.
you're better off. So what you should do, I would recommend, is find a good place, a little market or a store that you like their beans. And a lot of it, they have a grinder there. Like at a regular supermarket, they'll have that.
Mhm.
And then just get enough that you need for maybe 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks.
Right.
And
That's
then,
what I would do.
You know,
I would order like a half-pound, 2 bags. I think there was like quarter-pound bags. I'd order 2 of those, and it would last me for about a month. And then every month I would just keep ordering the supply.
This
and
cup,
then, yeah, about
this
that
cup,
much.
yeah, or maybe half that, maybe, or 3/4 that would be enough beans.
Yeah,
last
it was
you a long
somewhere
time.
close to that. Yeah.
Especially if you drink espresso. Like, I would seriously recommend, if you really like coffee, get a mini espresso machine. They're
Yeah, I was
anywhere
gonna
from
ask
50
you,
to $100. I have
what
some
would you-
links for you.
What if I wanted to spend some more? What if I wanted to get a really good machine and be willing to spend a few hundred?
$120 will get you an excellent espresso machine.
Okay.
An excellent mini espresso machine. 150. At 200, it'll be phenomenal, like out of this world. And you'll probably be able to make 4 espressos at once. You can
Oh
get
no, see, I'm not concerned about having more nozzles. I just mainly want really good espresso when it's done.
I'll tell you, even the mini espressos, they're like 15 bar and up. Like, they make really excellent espresso. I am super impressed with this mini espresso. And whatever you end up getting, whether you go on the small scale or the large scale, honestly, it is 1,000 times better than the coffee store. I've even tested it with coffee that I get, and there's a reason for this. I've talked to head baristas about this, like a dozen of them that all said the same thing. No matter what, your coffee at home in your espresso machine, no matter how expensive it is, will be better than ours, because even though we clean it, the sheer mass of coffee we make on a regular basis leaves a permanent
residue.
Stink. It's a residue. That's why, like, have you ever had like the same kind of coffee at your house, and it's like, wow, this is like really bitter at like Starbucks or Coffee Bean or any of those places because of the residue. The residue is all bitter. That's what's left over. But this Sumatra Mandling is darker than the standard espresso they serve at Starbucks, and it's sweet. Like, it's actually freaking sweet and savory.
It should be, it should have a nice sweetness to it.
If you don't like, the coffee as espresso in a shot, if you can't drink it in a shot, you shouldn't be drinking it.
No, that's how I like it. Yeah, that's how I like it.
You want to clean. Sodium bicarbonate is an excellent cleaning agent. You can get it at any store. It's a little powder, and every 200 coffees, any 200 brews, you want to clean your espresso machine. What you do is you get usually it has like a water jug thing that's inside the espresso machine. You take that out, and you put in sodium bicarbonate. They usually give you a certain amount you're supposed to put in, and you put just regular water. And then you put that in there and run it through. Run it through your wand and run it through the whole machine. Take off the handle, the whole clip. Take the whole thing off so it's just a flat plate. And just literally drain the shit. Like have some like containers aside and just put it underneath and just keep draining it. Drain it out until it's completely empty. Then what you do is take the vessel again, rinse it out real good, fill it up with clean fresh water, put it in, and run it twice. 2 full cycles of water. It's usually 2 liters. Do that 2 more times, like 2 more times through it. And you will immediately, it's so good that you actually have to reprime your espresso machine. It'll taste a little weird. So you might want to just be like, okay, I'm going to make 2 espressos. They're going to be kind of they're gonna take a little wonky, but just do that. And then by about the third or fourth coffee after the cleaning, it'll be solid. Like it'll be primo by the time it's done.
Okay, cool.
Because if you don't, I've seen pictures, it gets oxidized to all fuck. The coil, when you completely disassemble the machine, it's just like fucking brown and orange. It gets all like calcified and oxidized. It looks like a rusty nail.
If you don't clean it.
If you don't clean it.
Yeah.
It's very important to clean. And you'll start to taste, right? I mean, probably about 10 or 15 coffees to about the 200. I usually just clean it every 2 months, just to be safe.
Yeah.
You'll start to taste it. It'll be like, wow, this is starting to taste like Starbucks again. So you'll be like, okay, all right, time to clean.
Yeah, people think I'm a total coffee snob. Maybe I am, I don't know. But I cannot stand coffee at Starbucks. It's always burnt tasting and super bitter and just disgusting. So I'll get stuff there, but I'll usually get like one of their, one of their like specialty blended ice mocha, whatever, or I'll just put a ton of cream and sugar in it, because just a regular old black cup of coffee is just god awful.
Well, they burn it to maintain product consistency. They have all these different blends of burnt coffee. Out with the blonde coffee, I nearly died because I was like, you guys are going to do a medium roast? How are you going to get your product consistency that you guys search after? I was really happy to see it. I love it. But I was like, this is the first thing that Starbucks has come out with that's actually decent.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the medium roast, too.
The problem with product consistency is that it's usually done to maintain profitability and not necessarily to, serve the fucking customer. But,
I was going to say a few things. For me, Starbucks serves a single purpose, to socialize. I go there in the morning. A lot of times when I've stayed up late, I can't sleep that night or whatever, I get my laptop, I go out, and I'll have their iced coffee. That's pretty much, once in a while I'll just get espresso if I just want energy, but most of the time I get an iced coffee. I have a card, so I get free refills unlimited. And I stay there for a while. So I do the laptop thing when I just want to hang out, or I go there to invite friends or whatever. I'm going to hang out with so-and-so. So really Starbucks is just kind of a social place. It's a place to meet up and have okay coffee. That's really its purpose. Now, if I want to have the cafe experience, like the actual kind of deal, there's a place nearby. It's small. I think they only have 3 locations in my area, even close by. And they're called Klatch Coffee. They're like a kind of independent like coffee place, and their coffee is excellent. They have an excellent espresso and everything. Because even though they have a good-sized business, it's still not near the amount of traffic that they get at Starbucks. So the machines are always better. But I actually learned a really cool thing. I've been like just going through various coffee drinks. Just every few months I find a new coffee drink I've never even tried before. I have a list. I posted it. And one I found from this coffee place that I found as like a new trend is the horchata. And what that is you make espresso and you pour horchata over it. Mm-hmm. And you make it iced. So it's an iced horchata. And they call it that because it's sort of a latte, which is kind of a silly distinction. Latte is basically, instead of like lots of foam, it's just that little kind of film of white. Like you see lattes, they usually have art on them. So it's just less foam. It's like because there's an in-between. You have the steamed milk when you're making milk. You steam the milk, and that's the bulk of the milk. And then you have the foam. And right in between the steamed milk and the foam, you have this it's like wet paint. And to make a proper latte, you want the whole thing to basically be like that, or most of it to be like that. And that's the film. I call it a film. It makes a film over on top. When you make a cappuccino, you always have to pour that out and spread it around before you put that makes a proper cappuccino, because the foam will sit on that film, and as it goes down, it won't get uneven. There's like a whole technique to it. I like it. I like that with tobacco. So there's like a whole ritual to it, to do it properly.
Do you smoke pipes too?
Yeah, pipe, cigar. I use when I'm at just in these hangouts, I use this kind of Swedish oral tobacco. It's just it's steamed cured with salt. It doesn't have any chemicals or any additives to it, so I use that when I'm at home. But when I'm out and about or chilling out in the patio, I'll usually have a pipe. Or I actually like cigarillos, like the fancier ones, the nice ones, not the Swisher Sweets. because it's really good for a small city because they're real small. Sometimes they're flavored, like lightly flavored, and they're real good. Like God, what was the name of this one company? They sell them in tins. They're really good. They're not like a short cigar. Dunhill makes them decent. Oh, they're more cigarettes. I mean, I'm okay with cigarettes, but that's the furthest down I get when it comes to a cigar. But I usually prefer pipe tobacco, especially Cavendish is kind of my deal. It goes really well with coffee. Like a dark Cavendish with a cappuccino is like a fucking heaven, man.
Yeah, I got into pipes for a pretty big time, and like many years ago. Got a big, nice collection of pipes, and I really ended up liking the English blends. I wasn't too big into aromatics. Most of them were just too.
Yeah, I'm an aromatic. I'm an aromatic, and I don't know why. It's probably also why I like hookah. I tend to like aromatic tobacco in general.
Now I like hookah too, but for some reason I don't like aromatic blends for pipe tobacco.
I have this hookah I've had since I was about 19 when I started getting into like tobaccos, like fine tobaccos and stuff. And the base has been broken over the years and stuff like that. So I ended up getting this nice new one, and it's got this really cool like Arabic apple motif on it. Because like double apple is like really popular in the Middle East. It's like the standard flavor. Mm-hmm. It basically tastes like licorice, pretty much. And I got a new hose for it, but it's nice. It's engraved, and like I really enjoy it. There's a thing, if you like wet hookah tobacco, get something called a vortex bowl. What it is, instead of just the standard bowl with the holes going directly down into the stem, what it does is there's a little up part in the center. There's almost like a cone in the center, and the holes are up. The holes are actually, there's 3 of them up at the top. So when you fill it, you make a donut basically around this, and the holes are kind of lateral as opposed to down. So what that does is when you have a wet tobacco, it doesn't drip at all.
Moisture stays in the donut.
And man, it improves the smoke of those kinds a lot. Now, if you like the more traditional flavored ones, the drier ones like an Al-Fakir or something to that effect, or even a Nakhla, which I think is kind of garbage, but that's another discussion. Just go with the regular clay one with a wide brim. Like with drier ones, you want it to be very wide and very, very shallow and very basic. Whereas I highly recommend the Vortex Bowl for a good smoke with a.
Yeah, I'm not really too into smoking hookah at home. I'll go to like a hookah lounge with my friends sometimes, but I know pretty much nothing about hookah other than, I just enjoy the flavors sometimes. So.
Well, there's a technique to it. Proper hookah uses wood coals. You can use quick lights; they're okay, but it tends to distort the flavor slightly. Mm-hmm. What I usually do is if the bowl's big enough, I get 2. Usually, I get the rounded ones. They're usually like log shaped because they're charcoal made from wood. But sometimes they have ones that are like oddly shaped. But if it's a good sized bowl, you put 2 on both sides, and then every so often you switch. You switch it so it's like north south, and then east west, north south, east west. If it's a small bowl and the coal burns hot enough, it's especially true of quick lights. Just use 1 and put it on the side, and then just move it around at each of the 4 points. And what that does is, as it goes, it just gently makes a char on because you're really like heavily steaming the tobacco when you're using hookah. It's like the inverse of a bong. I like to call the hookah the grandfather of the bong because it's a completely different configuration. And you just gradually move it around, and once the char is there, then you can more slowly move it around and just make sure that the heat, because what that does is it properly continues the convection inside without burning the tobacco. If you're burning hookah tobacco, you're doing it wrong. You should be steaming it to fuck, but not burning it.
Yeah, I really love tobacco a lot. That's my favorite way to consume tobacco. I like cigars, but I've found they've gotten ridiculously expensive, and I just prefer the flavor of pipe tobacco. I mean, I just like
much cheaper.
It's cheaper, and I think it tastes better. I love I don't know if it's the same one, Latakia. That's one of my favorite kinds.
Litica.
You smoke that straight?
No.
That's pretty
I
strong.
get it.
You
I
don't
like
mix it?
blends. I like English blends that have that featured in it. Yeah, I don't smoke it straight because it's too strong.
Yeah. Latakia. I mean, if you smoke it on its own,
Oh
it's
God,
seriously,
no way.
it's seriously like incense. It's like
Yeah.
church incense. I've always said
Yeah.
that Latakia is kind of church incense.
Yeah,
But
but blends that feature that kind, I really like. Like, there's my local shop in my area sells a blend called Monks, and that was one of the. It was kind of had a lot of Latakia in it, and it was really, really good.
got it.
It's hard to get Lidica. In fact, you can't get it anywhere. At least they're not importing it because of Syria.
Lidica, is that another kind of
That's when we're that's the one I mentioned, Lidica. It's actually a Syrian Lidica is where they made it, and thanks to all the bullshit over there, we don't get to get a true Lidica tobacco. It's whatever it is. It's something similar, sure, but it's not an actual Syrian Lidica.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
What's really a shame with regards to tobaccos is, especially here in the States, if you want to order anything overseas, you're kind of screwed unless you order it specifically through a tobacconist or a certified shop that's able to do that. They're able to get around this, but there's a tax that's been applied to international sale through online retailers, and it's the way they justify it is this sort of like, it's a sort of hyper-liberal, like, we don't want underage kids buying oral tobacco and cigarettes online, so we're going to punish everyone else. Seriously, to buy a can of this of any other brand straight from Sweden, it's $30 over the top for one fucking can, not including shipping.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's out of control.
Because there is this place, Cup of Joe's, which is a great website for pipe smokers. You can get big, like, a pound jars for, like, I think $40 for some of the blends. Just so cheap.
I bought
forever.
Bulk tobacco for $50 if you have a good enough setup. But usually I just go to this place down the way from me. It's called David's Tobacco and Gifts. It's right near the sort of outdoor mall. And the two ladies who run it, they're tobacconists. They're certified tobacconists, and they blend their own tobacco. So they have excellent pipe. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So if I go with pipe or cigar, I'm set. But if I try to go with anything more exotic, I can get pipe, cigar, and like Middle Eastern, like hookah tobaccos here because they are distributors who buy it and they get it. They get wholesale. They don't have to pay all those weird taxes. But as an individual, they penalize you to try to buy something. So it's like, why do these websites even exist anymore? Shouldn't they just be totally out of business with this? I don't know how anybody can justify that. Like, to buy enough, to get over that $30, I would have to buy like, to even justify it, like 100. Yeah, I would have to spend like $100 to justify that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I guess that's what it is. They're figuring, okay, we're going to charge this tax on tobacco, so the kids who have like $20 or $30 to buy tobacco basically can't. So only adults who have the $100 to spend can justify the tax.
Right, and spread the tax out over tons of tins.
But what sucks is with like tobaccos like this, they go bad, like pretty quick. Like I could not go through like reams and reams of it without it getting to a certain point. I suppose I could sort of get around it. Like say I had a mini fridge, I could probably do it because like at the stores, I mean this is one of the only ones that's sold in the States. It's general. It's through Swedish Match. It's called Snus. It's called Snus. The only way that I could probably justify it is if I bought it in bulk and I had a fridge set up for tobacco, like a small mini fridge, and just kept them on basically on ice for months on end. I think then they would probably last. I don't know what the actual expiration. Let's see. It says best at 12/15/2014. Used before 22106K5022. Oh no, it's best before. So I don't know how much longer it lasts before then. Like how much longer it lasts past that.
Yeah, I have only tried a couple tin tobaccos. I like them, but I really like a loose tobacco. It's typically more moist. Like tin tobacco is real dry. Most of the stuff I've gotten. The loose tobacco I really like because it's a little bit more moist and it seems to last a little longer. Actually, a lot longer. But it burns way differently too. You know.
The thing that sucks for me living in this rental house is they have smoke alarms, so I can't really smoke pipe indoors. So I've had to sort of, you know, for most of the time when I'm at home, I have this kind of oral tobacco, which I like. It's good taste, and the traditional stuff is much stronger. This is kind of like packaged for Americans, so it's in mint and wintergreen, which is totally like fucking Skull, but it's 1,000 times better than Skull. It's got no chemicals. It doesn't give you a weird buzz. It's solid. And tastes good. It's got a good like tobacco taste to it. But I guess what I could do is save up money and buy in bulk, and like I said, do that kind of thing where I would keep them, you know, preserved somehow. Because let's just say that this was a brand new can. It would last till this. I could keep until before I could open it. So say I bought brand new tobacco from a certain brand. It would last 4 or 5 months, so I could probably buy a 4 or 5 month supply and probably get away with it, or even a 2 month supply. But man, that's $30. I mean, god damn.
I know.
I mean, even if it was half that, I could justify it. Seriously, I could justify $15. I could buy a ream of it for, you know, $15, and it would just be like crazy shipping. I bought a statuette, like a Greek statue, for my altar at my house, for my house, and it was shipped straight out of Greece, and it was less expensive to buy that than it would have been a single can of this. That's out of this world. And shipping for, out of Greece, a statue, which is fragile. They usually charge more. And it got here faster than this would get if I ordered it online. Are there those kinds of taxes with buying alcohols? Like if you bought alcohol from, say, Italy?
They're already factored into the retail price. So, like, you can order, there's this place in England called Master Malt that people in the U.S. order scotch from a lot. And you don't pay an extra tax. It's just the shipping cost is really expensive. But there's no like added tariff fee or anything like that, as far as I'm aware of. Yeah.
Well, alcohol is a bigger business, so they're not going to tax it as much.
But the other thing is the tax on scotch is really weird. Like when you fill up a barrel full of whiskey, they tax you year after year on that full amount. But as the years go by, it's evaporating. So by the end of like 10 to 20 years, you could have half or less of what you originally put in left over. But every year you're getting taxed on having that full amount in there. And so that's one of the reasons why like scotch typically is a lot more expensive even to Scottish people than like bourbon is to Americans.
Welcome back, Idol Smasher.
Because of that tax structure.
Taxes. So, a baby seal runs into a club.
I've heard that one a lot lately.
Was that?
He's being ridiculous. Nothing special.
Standard operating procedure.
Forgive me, I'm munching on dinner. I finally got home from work and I get dinner now, so I'm gonna munch.
Damn it, I'm hungry again. Ramen or TV dinners. Ramen or TV dinners.
Go with the ramen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at this. if I wanted to get into loose forms of snus, because snus is almost like a derivative of snuff, except you don't inhale it. What you do is you take the loose and you form it into a little ball and stick it up there instead of having a pouch. Though they say that it's more economic because the pouches are expensive to make. There's less tobacco in them by volume, and there's less pouches that can fit in tobacco-wise than there would be loose. So you get more bang for your buck, but it can get messy. But this gets messy too. Past probably about 15 minutes or so, it starts to drip a little too quick. So you take it out and throw it out. When it gets to that point, it's basically done. But let's see. If I tried they have this like grab bag. What it is it's randoms. They just give you random brands, which would be cool because I could try a bunch of stuff I'd never even heard of in the Swedish kind of stuff. And that's $30 for 10 cans. So I guess to sort of justify that $30 tax, I'd probably have to buy 2 bags. 20. I'd have to basically spend $60 and then pay the $30. I just don't know if it would still justify the tax, you know. So I don't know. Maybe they'll change that legislation sometime, you know, within the next 5 years. I don't
count on it.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. I'd like to think that it would go, but legislation, man.
Usually, once taxes are in place, they tend to stay.
Well, this type of tobacco is starting to come to the States through the main company, and this is like their version of one they have already. That's one of the most common forms. So I suppose it's possible that in time that new brands will come here. But the thing is, the way the FDA is to sell a tobacco in the States that's imported, it's originally from another country, they have to release their formula to the FDA.
Oh, okay.
So, which I sort of get. You know, it's a public health thing. But I mean, the formula is there. It's natural. They just have certain flavorings that they put in there. So I guess it's probably just the legislation to do that. It's probably expensive to release formulas and all that kind of stuff. It's probably just a pain in the ass for them in Sweden to release it to the States. And
Yeah.
I think that what they're doing with this is they're testing it out. They're testing to see if there's a market for it, and if there is, then because Swedish Match is a company that has like probably somewhere in the range of like 20 different brands that are a part of that company. It's like basically like a tobacco conglomerate for this type of tobacco. So there's some that are similar to this that have slightly different flavors and more exotic. I could easily see one of those coming here too. It sucks when you have tobacco because you're like, I want more variety. Like pipe tobacco has a ton of variety, and this is like, okay, they have this, the flavored. They have white portion, which is really sweet. They have the regular like black one, which is just straight, and then they have this one that's like blue portion or something. It's like super sweet. Like it's kind of gross. So I don't know.
Seems to be marketed towards children with those latter ones, like the super sweet ones.
Yeah, which is really kind of scary. Or at least like teenagers, like 18 and 19-year-olds who just got into tobacco and they don't want to smoke cigarettes. They want to try something different. But it was funny because, you know, I just found out about this a few years ago, and I watched a movie it was actually a Netflix original, and it was about this like mobster that went to like Norway or Sweden. And like straight up, 15 minutes into the show, one of the guys he meets that's a Scandinavian dude, like spits out one of the snus pouches. I'm like, that's just weird. That is so weird. But like all my friends, like I know a lot of occultists from like parts of Scandinavia, Finland, and stuff, and they've been telling me that yeah, snus is totally like dip is for you guys. It's totally like skull. Like they have that there. It's like a thing. Like a bunch of kids will get get snus pouches and pop them in when they're in class or when they're playing baseball or whatever the case may be for over there. What do they play over there? Do they just like hurl logs? Is that like that's racist, or is it?
I think that's the Scots that throw the logs. Although
Yeah,
that might not necessarily be solely inclusive or whatever.
Yeah, it definitely seems a Scots thing. The funny thing about the Scots is that they're largely a mix. Like a lot of them are have like a Scandinavian, especially in the Orkney Isles. They're a very mixed culture. A lot of the Celtic nations in the British Isles had a lot of settlements of different like Scandinavian type cultures. I mean, England itself is a huge hodgepodge of different Celtic and Germanic cultures. It's very
Blame the
interesting.
Romans.
Oh yeah, on the Romans, I didn't even think about that either. So
It was much harder to conquer Scotland than it was anywhere else.
yeah, absolutely.
The
It's a
I-
really cool
the-
thing. I was saying it was a really cool thing is the hangouts and chat rooms. You can meet people from everywhere, as long as they speak English, of course.
I met a Scot on here, and he was a total jerk.
Seems to come with the territory.
Told him I lived in Indian territory, and he says, "Why don't you stop your filthy fucking Indian shit and your fucking alcohol and get off your fucking reservation and all this shit?" I'm like, dude,
What the hell?
You really gotta hate America to pick on the fucking Indians. I'm not even Indian. He knew it. Yeah, he went off, man. He was a Scotsman. He sounded very Gaelic.
What's up, room? I'm AJ. Just stopping in.
Greetings.
That's the man.
That's
He's
a cool
charmer.
painting you got. It's kind of ironic. Banjing and a painting. Inception.
Absolutely. It's been a really good hangout thus far. Getting a lot of people going in. I was going to mention to you, Idol Smasher, that I got some people from my other group to kind of come in. Those that would like to talk in a more, all-around interfaith group, because this one that I have is more alternative spirituality. So it's been good. We got a lot of really cool people who ended up showing up. So
Good.
I think it'll be good to have a little bit of integration.
At work, I would have liked to have been here, but I gotta go pay the mortgage and all that good stuff.
You don't even sweat it. Don't even sweat it. We're just glad you're here.
So, what exactly is the basis for the group for this hangout exactly? I'm affiliated with some other, I guess you could say, universalist groups. I guess you could, in that sense. But I wanted to figure out what your premise was for this one.
Okay, I'll give you a brief explanation. This is an interfaith group, so largely the focus is the sharing and discussion of various different forms of spirituality. We do have agnostics, we do have a few atheists who come in who want to talk, but we want to kind of keep it in a sort of respectful atmosphere. We don't want it to be as debate-oriented, though debates do obviously occur, like did a bit earlier. But largely sort of sharing experiences, numinous experiences, such like that. Variances, we've talked a lot in these groups thus far about, comparative mythology and how that ties into history and even how it ties into culture and race. We had a whole conversation about that a few hours ago. So yeah, largely the focus is more discussion and like what classical interfaith is generally concerned with, like when you hear about a summit of like you have a Buddhist and a Catholic and a Muslim, they're talking, they're sharing. It's less about like, well, let's just kind of like throw blows at each other philosophically. I hope that explains it.
No, that totally explains it. I'm affiliated with a group, Paradigm Shift Radio, and one of my good friends, Brendan, who's up in Canada. I'm here in Orlando, Florida. He really started the group, and it's really taking off. We do things like free hugs downtown. We just try and
Free hugs? That's fucking awesome.
yeah, actually matter of fact, I have a shirt. It says free. We try and do things in a community to expand awareness, not only and because there's a lot of people that say they're spiritual but don't really put forth the act. So it's one of those things to where it's everybody coming together. It's not just in that universalistic sense, I guess you could say, where it doesn't matter what background you have as long as you're on your journey to sort of your pathway to enlightenment. So That's what we've sort of put together, and it's a great forum, and that goes on Google Hangouts on Sunday nights that we do a radio show online. It's really great, and we have a good following, so it's pretty good. But I always like to meet other people and see what other people are doing in the world and see how things are progressing just in general.
So paradigm shift makes me think of the kind of stereotypical idea of like chaos magic theory, the whole current idea.
Basically what it is, it's
I mean, I understand the idea of the paradigm shift as in like a complete like 90-degree shift in views, for lack of a better phrase. I was just wondering if there was any corollary.
No, there's no correlation to that. It's basically just breaking down the matrix. It's getting out of the mundane society and the way that things are, and realizing the footholds that we've been accustomed to, and trying to break those down and to be led more in a spiritual aspect, more than just doing the regular everyday thing and thinking that that's going to bring us to that awareness. You know, that's all.
I like it.
Mm-hmm. It's really good. I met a lot of really great people. Matter of fact, I met this girl named Bonnie in Texas. She does Reiki, and I read tarot, and she does, and I've done some forms of Reiki. And I met her on Paradigm Shift, and she actually came to Orlando for a Qigong session that she was going to do, and ended up meeting her, and she hung out with my friends, and we showed her a good time here in Orlando. So it's been really great meeting people in this forum. Really, it really has.
For one reason or another, I can't actually get to that site, which kind of makes me a sad panda. It says server not found.
For what? What site are you looking for?
Paradigm Shift Central.
Oh, you can't get to this? You can't get it? Get to it? Hold on one second.
Having some trouble with getting the sites for whatever reason.
Hold on one moment. I'll post it in the chat box. Hold on. Yeah.
I too broadcast on the internet. I heard of you guys before.
All right. Let's see. Paradigm Shift Radio. I think this one will probably be better.
So, AJ,
yes,
this group, as I sort of mentioned, is very much in the broad sense of kind of religious experience, in that there's Christians, Muslims, Judaism, Hinduism, that like world religions are a part of it, and so are alternative religions, modern spirituality, and all that. But I do also have a second group, which I can link you to at some point, that's focused on alternative spirituality, if you're interested.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm involved in everything. Like I said, I have a Christian background. My dad was a minister, and but I was blessed with gifts at a young age. I was able to astral project. I was able to understand dreams and also interpret. I was able to tap into sense of, I don't want to say psychic, but basically getting messages and being able to give them to people, and just being open with it and being open with that knowledge and bestowing that upon them. So I'm pretty open to just about everything. I mean, I think that it's all interconnected, to be honest with you.
Oh, sure, absolutely. But I mean, sometimes it's also good to have a group that's more specifically kind of geared towards alternatives, because not everybody is into a group like this where they're going to be interacting with hardline or mainline Christians or Muslims and things like that. It's not everyone's cup of tea. So I also created a second group around the same time that Reuven and I created this one for just that purpose. So
that's cool.
So if you have obviously some group stuff and podcasts and stuff like that you want to share in the group, you're more than welcome to, whether it's this one or my other one that I have.
Cool, thanks, son. I appreciate that. All right.
Huzzah! heck is going on with my internet today?
I can get to the site just fine.
I didn't say your internet, silly. Well, I can Google Hangout for it, so it was all.
Did you get my message, AJ?
Yeah, I did, and I went ahead and sent my request.
Okay, cool. That group.
Oh, that's cool. I'm looking down. I'm looking in. I saw the Tarot and Kabbalah. So that Gnostic, and I've been getting into a lot of the Gnostic Kabbalah teachings, and reading some books like Modern Magic and some other stuff. Just reading around.
I've actually been getting into tarot in a big way recently, and from my poorly, super amateur attempts at anything in it, it's super creepy.
I've actually been reading since I'm 33, and I've been reading since I was in, I want to say, 10th grade. So it's been quite some time. And like I said, I didn't really look up a lot of stuff on how to read. A lot of it was when I got my deck. I used the Robin Wood Tarot deck, which assimilates with me. But basically the person was like, just go ahead and put it underneath your pillow, meditate on the cards, and you'll get the meaning. You'll understand it. And I've been doing pretty well. I mean, when I was in between jobs, my friends were like, why don't you really step into doing it as a profession? And I was like, well, when I was younger, I was sort of overcome. Since I'm an empath, I would take on people's emotions, and it was hard for me to separate when I would give readings to people what they were feeling and how things were moving in their life, because it would affect me. And so I had to learn how to basically say that this is a message for them. I'm just a conduit. I'm not really supposed to know this information. It's just a message for them, and let it go. So so what I did was I had lost a job recently, and my friends were like, why don't you think about doing some tarot for a while? And so I started doing it, and I was quite successful. So I do that as a side business as well, and I'm thinking about starting a website to where people can get linked up with that.
I was finally able to get to that site.
The other group that I link you to, we do have quite a few, as you can see, Gnostics, Hermeticists, occultists,
right.
All different stripes. We have several pagans, neo-pagans, Reconstructionists like myself, which I'll mention briefly. I'm a Hellenic polytheist. I practice basically Greek religion, the classical Greek religion. So we definitely have some very diverse kind of people, both in that group and in this one as well. Welcome, John.
Oh, that's awesome. I embrace everybody. I mean, that's the one thing that I think that everybody should do in life is not be so judgmental on people's views, but accept them and love them for who they are. I think that's the main basis of life and how we're supposed to live. I mean, in general, in my viewpoint, I'd say.
Absolutely. And both of these groups, and I think some other groups that may crop up to this effect, I think it's good to focus them on these Hangouts. You really utilizing this wonderful tool that Google Hangouts has to offer, so people can have more in-depth, even intimate interactions with one another. Really get to know each other instead of just forum posts.
Yeah,
You're chill by Google, aren't you? I can tell it.
I love the Google Hangouts. I mean, I remember going on Paradigm Shift one time, and I had a 24-hour session where I was on literally live 24 hours. Well, not live, but we're in a Google Hangout for a 24-hour period. And it just started one night, and there was a radio broadcast, and after the broadcast, I just went till the next day, and everybody's like, wow, you're still on? And just random people were coming in and out. We were having such great conversation, and it just ended up being a day later, and we all became best friends. So we've traveled, we've seen each other, we've all, we're trying to do collective things in the community. I really want to, I'm trying to move to Denver. Like I said, I'm from Orlando, and my spirit's been calling me to Denver, so I wanted to save up money to go out there, but meanwhile, I want to create. I want to get a GoPro and create a movie while I go out there and meet some of these people and do some things in the community and kind of document it and have it be like a coming of spirituality movie.
Definitely make your way out to Sedona, Arizona.
Oh, definitely. That's why I have family in Phoenix, and Sedona is definitely one of those places where I definitely have to hit up. Just the energy I definitely know is crazy.
Then out in Wyoming, the Vitavu something or other. It's beautiful. It's definitely a place you got to get to.
That is on my that is on my list.
I used to read for a time. Got me girls.
And then there came internet porn.
No, actually, it was Kabbalah that led me to the whole Judaism thing. It was when I realized where the tarot cards came from and that they were useless once you go so far. I was like, ah. Oh, yeah, but I used to read, and I had people come back and ask me to do it again, and all I'm doing, I hate to say it like this, it was an Attila deck. Ettela.
Okay.
I would tell them exactly what I was doing. I had the manual there, and I read by the manual and did the pattern that I liked the best, which was the Crucible.
Was it a Celtic? Okay, it was a Crucible. I used the Celtic Cross. I never really assimilated with the book, but I did let them know exactly what each card meant. That way, they sort of had a sense of understanding to why I was getting to the point where I was getting to. But a lot of it was based off of intuition, which is the reason why my friend gave me the tarot cards, because they were like, you don't even need cards, you do it naturally. But I think the cards basically made it to where it fine-tuned it. It was almost like the intuition would give specific things, but the tarot cards would give me more or less.
It worked too. People come back too, don't they, with it?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things. What I would do is I'd actually do it in a bar setting, and when to make money, it would be a lot easier for me because I go in and I'd have my cards there, and and I'd set them down, and then people would ask. They were like, "Well, do you do readings?" And I'd say, "Yeah, I do readings," and I would basically start talking to them, and sometimes I would just give a reading right there, and I said usually I charge 50, but I'll take 25. And I really had a problem with charging at the beginning because I always thought that it was a natural gift, so you shouldn't have to charge. But I mean, it's 2014. If you have a gift that's been given, I mean, at some point you have to know how good you are and step into that. And so I would read one person, and everybody they were just blown away, and then they'd be like, "Hey, this guy's really good. I think you should get a reading." So they were the ones that really brought more people to me. So it was really word of mouth. How I made money.
Yeah, I find divination to be very interesting. There's a lot of different methods out there. I'm familiar with tarot and runes and stuff like that. I don't really use them all that much. I have used tarot, and I'm decent at it. But I've taken to using a Greek method, using the Greek alphabet. And there's different ways you could do it. You could basically make runes using this system, using the Greek alphabet and the meanings from the system. But I actually prefer to use dice. There's a dice method with specific numbers that you use, and you omit 2 of the values so that you can evenly get the 24 letters of the Greek alphabet. And I actually have a set that I use. I just ended up going to a gaming shop and getting dice I really liked that I sort of connected to, and I have them in a bag in a container. I can probably show you here in a second.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So what I ended up doing for my travel dice is I had this really cool tea container. It's a can, and I took the label off and cleaned it up. It's got a nice cap, and then I just used a regular old felt bag, and I have different sets of dice that I've ended up putting in there. Different colors, and so I kind of have different stuff to work with depending on what I think the reading is. So I have these sort of green speckled dice like that. I have these sort of fiery lava-looking dice like that.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then I have my third set, which I really liked. It kind of just reminded me of pillars and fire. Is these gray dice with red dots, red pips. So the system's really good. I like the way it works. I have some in my room. I have these. They're sort of marble colored, and I use those on my home altar for regular, just standard divination after a ritual. But I use these when people ask me because they've actually liked the results I've been able to get with it. It's very standard, so you ask a single question and you get a single answer. But I've actually figured out a way to sort of incorporate. It's not how runes do. You know how there's runic spreads where like there's, okay, you pull out nine runes and each one has a meaning. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll use that method. I know I'm going to roll the dice 9 times, and these are the specific meanings of each one of the rolls. So you can actually do a spread doing dice.
Right. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I like it.
I see Clayton has a tree of life over there.
Yep.
Floating.
That's how I roll.
That's how you I love it.
That's a placenta, not a tree of life.
Well, I mean, what is it?
Nothing, it was a joke.
Oh, did you say a placenta?
Yeah, if you look at a placenta, it looks just like the tree of life.
Does it?
I like to make a distinction between the tree of life being the Kabbalistic system and then the world tree being a different thing. Usually when you have the pagan symbols of the tree, like the Celtic stylized one or Yggdrasil and different forms of that, usually it's a different thing. It refers to their specific cosmology. I think a lot of people kind of just correlate world trees. They correlate the axis mundis of polytheistic traditions with kind of hermetic or Judaic concepts of the Kabbalah, which I don't think is always necessary to do.
Yeah, it's stop being so damn ignorant.
I learned that from Johannan, by the way, the Tree of Life placenta connect.
I'll have to look that one up.
Here, I just posted an image.
Did you? Okay, hold on one second.
Maybe it is the Tree of Life. Who knows?
Wow, that's out of control. That's crazy. Huh. I'm gonna have to save that one. So does anybody? I was having a brief discussion with some other people because we were talking about minor secret societies and stuff like that. And does anybody have any knowledge of Nimrod?
The biblical character Nimrod?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
He was a hunter.
I am Nimrod.
Let me see what I can find in my. Let me see if I can find the thing.
Well,
I think there's real scant mention of him. He was a hunter, kind of a wild man, I guess.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more mentioned in the Kabbalah text about him, and a lot of people. What is
Kabbalah text? What Kabbalah text?
I'm trying. Let me go ahead. Let me link some of this to you. A lot of the secret societies started with Nimrod. That's where they pay homage to him as being the founder of Babylon, and there's a lot of things because he basically created Babylon. That's where it started, and he had knowledge of astrological symbols. A lot of that stuff he really kind of connected together. Let me send you some of the stuff on this. I think you guys would probably be interested.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's going on?
That's not in the Bible, is it, Reuven? Isn't that like a traditional ascription?
No, but when you look at Secret Society, well, it says that he was a mighty hunter of the Lord. That's what it talks about. It does talk about him building the tower. It does talk about the tower being destroyed. It doesn't get into a lot of specifics in Genesis when it talks about what his role was, but there were other books, other Gnostic Gospels, and other things that were written about him, and also in secret societies that they basically pay homage or worship Nimrod, especially in the Masonic text. Nimrod is one of the people that, and one of the levels that they.
I got it in the Chumash if anybody's interested.
Yeah.
All right. This is from the Stone Edition Chumash. This is on Genesis 11, 1 through 9. The Tower of Babel and the dispersion. Rambam Moreh Nevuchim states that the fundamental principle of the Torah is that the universe was created ex nihilo, whatever. And Adam is a forerunner of the human race, since the human race was later dispersed all over the earth and divided into different families, speaking all right, I'm getting, let me move ahead here. Okay, the year of the following narrative is 1996 from Adam, 340 years after the flood. Noah and his children were alive at that time. Abraham, 48 years old, had already recognized his creator. Let's see what happened here. National families were concentrated in present-day Iraq, and they all spoke one language, which would be called the Holy Tongue, according to Rashi. The language, let's see, all the ingredients, in other words, it was speaking the language that actually created the universe. Okay, all the ingredients for the greatness were there. The nations were united. They were in a central location. They spoke the Holy Tongue, and if they desired guidance in achieving holiness, they had Noah, Shem, and Abraham, according to them. Instead, as happens so often in human history, they chose to ignore their spiritual advantages and turn to their opportunities for self-aggrandizement, and power. It seems ludicrous that people who had first-hand evidence of the flood could have found grounds to rationalize away by passing God's control of events, but such is man's capacity for self-deception, and he can negate reality and build substance around a vacuum. According to the sages, Nimrod was a primary force behind this rebellion. He planned to build a tower ascending to heaven and, from it, wage war against God, but through the Midrashim perceived sinister and idolatrous motives in his plan. The verses here in the written Torah do not reveal the evil motives of the conspirators. As for the memory of the flood, which should have frightened them from confronting God, the builders of the tower rationalized that such an upheaval occurs only once every 1656 years, so that they had nothing to fear from divine intervention for another 1,316 years, by which time they'd waged war against God and won. They would have waged their war against God and won. And that's all it says. And that's from the Chumash. Very little is said about him.
I put in the Kabbalic text on the side if you want to look at that.
Cool.
And there's some other stuff as well. What in the heck is going on?
You know, it was a 27-mile walk from bottom to top. The tower was.
Yeah.
That's flippin' insane.
Let's see.
If only they had realized that heaven wasn't literally up.
Interesting point, Reuven. I can't deny the Star Trek universe has a nice appeal to it. The Star Trek future has a nice appeal. Can't deny that.
Do you feel like it's a little bit utopian, though? I kind of get it. I agree with you that it's attractive, but
of course, yeah, it is utopian. But it's yeah, it's nice. It's attractive. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind living there. Be pretty sweet to have holodecks.
Or a non-polluted, balanced Earth at peace.
Yeah.
Little Eden action going on. You there, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Clayton's got a question for you. He was asking what the pagan conversation was about.
Well, initially the pagan conversation was kind of talking about the variances between different spiritual paths because James came in, he's a heathen, so we were kind of discussing correlations between heathenry and Hellenismus. And then obviously Justin was there earlier, who I think we mentioned, and he's sort of a Christian mystic with a lot of Hermetic leanings, so we discussed some of those correlations. And then we got into a conversation about how culture and concepts of race kind of tie into those sorts of things, and we were talking about how there are extremists within the Reconstructionist, polytheist, or pagan community in general, and largely it's motivated by just a fundamental lack of understanding for history and kind of the social context of modern paganism. And we also discuss extremist groups who kind of use pagan iconography in a sort of topical manner to sort of dress up their racism. And we also got into the idea of the kind of Shvatsasona, black sun kind of occult concepts, which do very much the same thing. So it was very interesting, very, very interesting stuff. I don't think I have, Clayton. What is that exactly?
It's just a bunch of, I think it's Satru people that totally into their white supremacy.
Yeah. I'm sure I probably interacted with them at least a bit. I have also interacted with some severe racial nationalists within the Hellenic community, which surprises people to find out. There's a few of these guys. They're in a very small, kind of isolated, hateful community on Facebook, and every so often they find their way in, usually through doc accounts, into the larger Hellenic pagan, or specifically Hellenic polytheist tradition kind of groups, and they usually always end up going off on some kind of spiel about screw the gays, screw women, this is how it was, it's all about, your racial ties and this kind of sort of thing. It's almost like a sort of pagan version of fundamentalism, and it exists. It's in the minority, but it does exist, and it often needs to be addressed. Though there are some individuals who hold these sorts of views, at least in a sort of distant manner, and are able to hold up conversation, and we kind of keep them around. Because they at least do try to make some sort of discussion, but it almost always results in them being kicked out at some point or another. They can't leave well enough alone.
What's the other group?
Yeah.
It's like, is it Stormfront or something like that?
They have a whole forum.
Yeah.
They have a whole forum about that, and there are some that are like that too, where it's not even just Germanic specific. It's just like European whatever, and it's crazy stuff. So yeah.
Celtic supremacy.
There's Celtic, like you said, you'll see some classical ones. Roman, there's even Roman supremacy kind of, like a sort of Italian kind of fascism kind of thing. But sometimes it's more explicitly Christian, and sometimes it's more pagan. But usually, I've noticed with a lot of these kind of seemingly pagan racist groups, they're really Christo-pagan. Like they sort of idealize the pagan past of those cultures, but still have all of the same kind of fundamentalist, right-wing kind of Christian idea. It's really, really weird.
It is weird, and I've seen that before as well.
On the flip side, though, devil's advocating at least a little to a certain extent, you have people on the far, like, opposite extreme of it, where it's like, culture and ethnicity should have no say in it whatsoever. How dare you have pride in it at all? It's like a sort of hyper-liberal kind of extremism with regards to that. And I think that's largely where a lot of the kind of arguments come from, because you have these people who are super into like a multiculturalism, and then they end up butting heads with those few individuals who have kind of snuck in with their very backward kinds of views. So it ends up just being this huge kind of like war going on, and everyone else is kind of caught in the crossfire. I mean, it's like, why not both? It can be a little of both. You can have a kind of pride because you may have some cultural or ethnic connection to your spiritual path, but it doesn't have to be the single dominating factor, and it also doesn't have to be a thing you completely avoid, like it's anathema,
That's usually how I sit.
Yeah, I'm in the middle myself.
Shit, but I don't really. It's.
Well, I think that true spirituality doesn't really have a face of any gender and or race at all. I mean, it just in my standpoint, it just I don't think that should be a factor, but it is in certain aspects.
I'll say that Celtic paganism. Really, I haven't met very many blacks that are into it.
What's funny is that I'm black and I'm into it.
Well, there you go.
So you met one.
Okay. I think it's like 2 or 3 now, but I've met a priest in the Wiccan community that was Asian, and there was no Asian mysticism about it. He was full on Wiccan. It's like, are you at least like a little Taoist? No.
Well, I think that fundamentally a lot of, especially here in the United States, a lot of people, if you are of color, it's one of those things that you're raised in a church. So, you are automatically indoctrinated from basically birth, and you go to church, and that is what it is. And then at the age of reasoning, I guess you could say about 13, 14, I came out and said that I was gay, and my dad, being a minister, we didn't see eye to eye on certain things, and I lived in the streets for a year. But before that, I'd had all these gifts, and I didn't understand, like, the Bible wasn't explaining why I was having these gifts, why I was able to do certain things, and I couldn't correlate it with anything. There wasn't any, I didn't have a guideline. And then once I lived on the streets for a year, I met Wiccans, and one of them gave me the book, How to Ride a Silver Broomstick, by Silver Ravenwolf. And when I read the book, I was just like, it makes so much sense. Like, I'm not crazy. So then I kind of like, I melded with it just because it was all the things that I did naturally, but now I had an answer to why it was, and it made 100% sense, and it didn't seem like I was crazy. So
I've seen a lot of the same ideas pop up in kind of origin religions in other cultures. Like, there's a lot of kind of African animism that has a lot of the same concepts. It's just that it also would pertain to the culture where your heritage comes from. And that's one of the big reasons why I got into Druidry, was because it was a heritage thing for me.
Yeah. And it is for a lot of people. I think that's one of the ways. I mean, if you're more eclectic and you're practicing a modern tradition, then for you it's just not a consideration. But for those of us who try to practice more traditional forms of polytheism, try to accurately reconstruct a lot of these traditions, or even more loosely kind of reconstruct them, to us it is an important thing. And I don't think that we should be made to feel like we're inherently bigoted because we have an ethnic reason for practicing. I don't think it automatically necessitates. So I think that's the kind of dialectic that's going on right now that's really unhealthy. It's like either you're a full-blown racist for having an ethnic or cultural tie, or it has no bearing whatsoever in your spiritual path. I think those are kind of extremes that aren't really natural or organic in the way that people experience their spirituality. But for me, my connection to my path is a bit more tentative. Largely because, I mean, I'm not an ancient Greek. I'm not even, Greek ethnically, but a lot of my upbringing was informed through a lot of Greco-Roman kind of ideas. Being raised Catholic, being part French, I was raised with a lot of these kind of concepts and ideas, and for me, seeing that in something as old as it was very much a kind of instant connection when I did find it. But on the other side of that, it wasn't just the cultural connection. There was also a very tangible, very numinous kind of experience. Growing up, I was very, very animistic, and looking back, I believed things on my own apart from what my Catholic upbringing was. They were completely, explicitly polytheistic. Mm-hmm. So when I had eventually found, neo-paganism and general solitary eclectic Wicca, it was like it was an okay fit, but a lot of these ideas they did not mesh with me at all. I mean, like this hyper focus on magic and mysticism, which to me was a more kind of instinctive, and it was an extension of my existing kind of connections to nature and to the gods. So when I eventually found Hellenismos and just Reconstructionism in general, I found it was a much better fit because I could have multiple different facets. I could have philosophical expressions, chiefly religious expressions, and if I wanted to explore magic and mysticism, I could do that as well, but kind of with everything in its place, having different aspects for different times and different situations.
And I think that's the one great thing about going on the journey and finding your spirituality. I mean, there's a lot of things that when I first started learning about Wicca that I didn't want to do. I really didn't want to get into the ritualistic standpoint of doing things and praying to gods and goddesses because I had only known one and I had been exposed to that. So for me, I sort of had to mold certain things around what I knew as truth for myself and then take on certain things. So I take a lot of things from a lot of different aspects of spirituality in general. and I find what attunes with me, and I accept that, and the stuff that I don't particularly care for, I throw it out. That plain simple. That's the way I do it. I don't like to attribute myself to one specific thing.
I mean, I sort of, to a certain extent, understand the appeal of eclecticism, but I guess the sort of impetus for what a lot of eclectics feel and why they incorporate multiple things was never really present, at least not in a deep sort of way. Because like I said, when I was younger, it was more like I experienced things that were distinctly deities. I just didn't have names that I wanted to connect with. And once I explored culture and history, I was able to connect the two. I was able to connect a cultural explanation that really vibed with my general understanding and the actual Gnostic, visceral, spiritual, numinous kinds of experiences with those. And so once in a blue moon, I'll look at something and it might be like, okay, that's how the ancient Greeks may have did this or whatever, but it's more just, I chalk it up to interpretation. There's not like really one thing I can look at that's like, wow, this is so completely against my understanding that I have to incorporate some other spiritual aspect and kind of mesh them together, make a kind of like jambalaya of spirituality. It's never really occurred to me as being necessary. So as much as I may understand it sort of logically, I don't understand it spiritually. It's never been something I understand. So when I enter into conversations with a lot of new modern eclectic neo-pagans, there's this disconnect. There's a very much a disconnect. I don't really understand it all that much.
I feel you on the disconnect there.
I mostly have a strong Christian background. That's my basis, and then I've opened up from that and sort of started branching out and seeing different things with Wicca and with a lot of the other pagan things, and how that, again, because of the gifts that I didn't understand why I had to find out why it was that way. I had to find out, because I wasn't getting it from the Christian religion. It wasn't explaining, why am I able to see past, present, future? Why is the Spirit telling me to do this? Why is this happening? And I just didn't understand why I was seeing auras or why I was interpreting dreams, and it was natural to me. So I had to figure it out. And so, on that, there went the search. So
I guess for me, for me it was always a more religious and devotional search, finding ways of connecting on a very religious kind of aspect. Hence why I practice a very structured faith.
Right.
I do have very esoteric and mystical leanings, ones I've had for a very, very long time. I do, to a certain extent, consider myself a mantis, an oracle. I read omens, I do divination. I'm able to get into trance and pick up messages, ones that I relay. But for me, it was never something that I just didn't really understand, and I think it was largely because growing up, I was raised Catholic, but very early on, 10, 11 years old, I was at a point where I was able to logically and rationally just, okay, Christianity just completely makes no sense, and I have no connection to it whatsoever. So when I got to 12 years old, my parents basically said, go through, the catechism and the Holy Communion and be confirmed, and once you do that, you can choose to leave on your own. So I guess I just didn't have as oppressive of a Christian environment, so it was very easy for me to kind of just transition out of that and eventually find pagan and polytheistic faiths.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that's not everyone's experience. But here's the thing. I studied a lot of other faiths, and I know people who do connect their logos with Christ, with the Christos, and many of them that do feel connected to that paradigm have usually ended up either becoming some kind of Gnostic, some kind of esoteric Christian, like a Rosicrucian, or if they do also have pagan leanings, they may be at least implicitly polytheistic. Usually they get into some form of Hermeticism. So I guess my sort of point is, there are set paths that exist that are inherently eclectic in the sense that they incorporate multiple cultures, but they're internally consistent. So
That's cool.
There's a lot of eclectic facets people that are eclectic that their eclecticism is not consistent. Like it's really very much a sort of hodgepodge, and it's difficult to kind of pin down where they're coming from. And I think that's where a lot of my disconnect is. There are paths historically that have existed that were eclectic, that were a mixture of multiple different things, or they end up becoming sort of a mixture of different things. Like a lot of modern voodoo is, at least to a certain extent, a combination of African religion and Catholicism, though obviously the inner part of that is deeply African religion. It just uses the vestiges and symbolisms of Christianity to sort of keep itself concealed.
Same thing with Santeria and other practices like that. It's a mixture of voodoo and Catholicism. So it's there's a few religions that are like that.
Yeah. So I guess I sort of my sort of perspective
I really
that
like hoodoo. I really don't like hoodoo.
Yeah, fair enough. Same here. I guess my sort of position, or at least my sort of perspective on the vast majority of people I meet who are sort of aesthetically eclectic, is it's like they're so averse to any kind of structure or any kind of set tradition with its like consistency that they just end up mixing everything together. Like it's so difficult for them to find something. I guess I don't understand people who are so incredibly, they feel so confined by set ideas and structures that they end up making something that is so incredibly mixed. It's just this, it's like a mosaic. You know, it's just this mosaic of different ideas that seem almost contradictory to one another. So it's difficult for me to understand that, I guess.
Okay.
But I respect it. I do. And there are people I met who are.
I'm not that loosely based. I'm not that loosely based.
No, fair enough. I just think that there's also another aspect too. It's a lot easier for me to sit to a structure and a discipline of one single culture that I most identify with, and maybe at some point later on down the line I might have a secondary path, whether that's a mystical order or a separate form of polytheism. I don't think it'll ever come to that, but being eclectic, like truly eclectic, being able to blend different paths together in a cohesive and coherent manner is a lot more work. It's a lot more work. I mean, you can be topically eclectic and it takes almost no work, but to be genuinely and intelligently eclectic is a lot of work.
Okay, I can see that. I mean, I really honestly feel it's where your spirit kind of leads you to go. I mean, because spirituality is your personal connection with spirit and what it is for you. So, I mean, everybody's going to have different pathways and different ways that they connect. But at the end of the day, what makes you feel whole and what is your main purpose in that? I mean, because I definitely like the holistic approach and being equally yoked on mind, body, and spirit. So, I mean, that's for me.
Well, what you were just touching on there is indicative of my sort of experience in the pagan community specifically. Though I don't think you're doing so intentionally, there's a sort of perspective among eclectics that a person who has a set path is rigidly in the mind and has no heart connection. They have no spirit connection. That it's so rigid, and so I've had eclectics who straight out have told me that I'm spiritually dead because I have a set path. That I'm closed-minded and bigoted.
No,
and
that's not true. That's not true.
No, I know that
I'm
it's not.
closed-minded and bigot, so it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll wear that mantle for you, Kevin.
It's one thing to just a few people to do that, because I could just slough that off. But when you're a part of a minority faith that is at least sort of de facto a part of the pagan community, and so much of the pagan community is of that mindset, that it's the vast majority of the pagan community, and I've mentioned this many times before, is solitary, eclectic, neo-pagan. It is so much of a pervasive element of the pagan community that it's very difficult in some instances to find something that's set, that is kind of quote-unquote rigid in its interpretation. And there's a lot of groups out there like the Unitarian Universalists and such to that effect that that's what they do. They gather a bunch of eclectics together and hold rituals. And the pagan prides that exist, there was one out here my way this last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they're so set on that they, whether intentionally or unintentionally, exclude everyone else, exclude people with specific paths, or rather.
Do you think that they exclude people? Do you really think that they exclude people though? I don't think that that's their intent. I think that if you are set on your path, that is exactly what you want to do. I think that that's something that your spirit aligns with. That's what you agree with. That's what you believe in. That's your faith. That's your foundation. So, which there's nothing wrong with that in any sense.
All right. And I think that there's plenty of pagans that have that attitude, but regardless of whether or not they intend to exclude people, it's kind of what they do.
Yeah,
I've experienced that as well.
But I think
maybe not as rigid as Kevin is, but more rigid than most.
Yeah, and I think that Christianity is the same way in that sense. Is that
then wouldn't it behoove them to not be like Christians, since so much of the impetus of the pagan community is to basically not be orthodox?
You would think.
It's kind of a similar problem that atheism has. That there's a lot of kind of anti-Christians in paganism, and that they wind up doing a lot of the same shit.
Right. It's so true. So true. Yeah. I've seen it on both ends.
And I'm willing, and many of us who have a kind of a set path, whether that is Reconstructionism, a traditional form of Druidry, even, or a traditional form of Wicca, initiatory with its own trappings and whatever. Because I've met Wiccans who have had the exact same experience as Reconstructionists, whereas the sort of neo-Wicca, the sort of neo-eclectic solitary paganism that exists becomes so exclusionary that when you say, well, this is what Wicca is, and I have some set ideas here. Here's what this person wrote down. Here's the history. Here's the history of my coven or my grove or my order. And it's met with this sort of hostility. A lot of times it's like you're just flat out ignored. They just don't even address you. It's especially true on forums. You'll make a post just sharing your path, and it'll just lie dead. Nobody will they won't even say, oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. I've never heard of that. It's like, it's dead. It's completely dead. They don't like outside ideas. A lot of these groups you'll see, it's just the same opinion regurgitated over and over again, and they're like stroking their egos. Like, we all have the same kind of viewpoint. Isn't this wonderful? I've been through a lot of pagan groups over the years, a lot. In 15 years that I've been a part of the community, and this is an experience that is indicative of the pagan community.
Every time I pop into a group, I feel myself as an outsider, and then I'm just like, deuces. I'm gonna go do my own thing again.
Mm-hmm.
There's no as far as I know in Atlanta, there's no Reconstructionist Druid group, so I'm just kind of fucked.
I don't know about that, Clayton. You could probably interact with. I don't know about that. Well, you could interact with some Celtic Reconstructionists who are also Druidic Reconstructionists who believe in Druidry as a sort of like order, like as a form of mysticism. I just don't know where to
find them. And this has been a consistent issue with me. I never know where to find these bastards.
Are you on Facebook?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of groups there. A lot.
Is there?
Yeah. I can link you to some here in a bit.
Totally link me.
And that's why I love Google Hangouts. So it's nice to get information.
Yeah, whenever I look up stuff about Druids in Atlanta, I get Druid Hills, which is the street I live very close to, which is really funny, being the Druid of Druid Hills. Yeah, any Celtic
tell me about Druidism.
I'd be all over.
Tell me about Druidism.
It's basically an earth worship, himmity-doo, doobly-bobbity. I'm a Reconstructionist, so I'm the guy that's very interested in the history of it. The reason why I've kind of joined up, so to speak, is for heritage reasons. And I've found myself very close to the whole nature is God sort of thing. So it kind of branches out of there, and then I have some eclectic aspects about me, and that my pantheon of gods that I worship is kind of picky and choosy from Hellenism, Norse pantheon, and Hinduism as well. So there you go.
Thank you.
Those are 3 groups right there. 5,000 plus members on the first one, 1,000 plus members on the second one, and 200 plus members on the third one.
I'll just go join them all.
The first one is the general Celtic paganism group. It's pretty much everything Celtic focused, though it's sort of implicitly non-Wiccan. You generally have less of it, which is good. The 1,000 plus one is more.
Someone's got a bias. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have 1,000 plus members in the second, and then that one's more Druidry focused, and the third one is explicitly Celtic Recon. It's very, very historical oriented, and there's more out there, I'm sure, but CR is kind of small, so.
Cool.
That should help you out. What I mean to say by being less Wiccan focused is that every time that that Wicca is sort of included in a very bold way, it ends up just being arguments. The best Wiccan groups out there on Facebook are traditional Wiccan groups that actually focus on core Wicca and talk about it and really try to focus on that. And it's difficult for a lot of Wiccans that I've met because a lot of it ends up just being spell begging and complaining and this kind of like adolescent kind of emo stuff where it's just like people complaining, again and again and again and again. It sucks. I have a lot of Wiccan friends who they're frustrated because they're trying to show that Wicca is a path and has its own morals, it has its own rituals and everything, and a lot of the neo-Wicca is kind of like, well, it doesn't all matter, it's kind of whatever you want. And a lot of Wiccan groups are trying to get 501k status. They're trying to be taken seriously. Like I know members of Covenant of the Goddess here in California that are trying to spread awareness and demonstrate that they're there and that they're rational, they have families and that kind of thing. And a lot of it is sort of like it's so out there that nobody's ever really going to take it seriously. I think that's sad.
I agree. And I also have the same frustration. So typically, there's every once in a while I bump into a Wiccan where I'm like, oh, cool, you've actually thought about this stuff a little bit. And then other times you just want an excuse to be goth, don't you?
The pagan meetup group that I belong to, the lady who runs it, she's been a member of the Wiccan community for over 25 years. She has a master's degree in mythology, among other things. And she's very, very well-schooled and intelligent. And we have a nice banter back and forth because I interpret Greek history in this very historical manner. She likes to go into the mystical aspect and using Wiccan theology and Jungian and Campbellian ideas to interpret it. But it's done in a very respectable way because she thoroughly elucidates her position and just demonstrates that this is another way of looking at it. And that's the kind of respect I want to get from Wiccans. Somebody who has like a core idea that is really about it and has good reasons to do it, and then we can exist together. We can coexist as two different interpretations of pagan and polytheistic religions. That's awesome. I like that. So, I mean, I may be a bit biased, obviously. I'm in personal perspective. It's not something I like really all that much, but I can respect that aspect.
I have the same bias, so it just kind of comes with experience in the community, I think.
What's really, really sucks in a lot of the conversations is I've studied Wicca thoroughly. I've studied a lot of other paths thoroughly. And, they're saying, well, you misunderstand Wicca. No, I kind of understand it very, very well.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah. I never discount something completely offhand. I always make sure I have a thorough examination. I find that learning as much as you can about other ideas is one of the best ways to refine and reinforce your own perspective. It demonstrates why you're what you are and why your path is good for you, why it works for you. You all right over there?
Yeah, my brother's playing Total War.
Got it.
There's a heathen, a heretic. Is it heretic?
They just converted two of my priests.
Yeah, a heretic. Yeah,
Nice.
there's a heretic that's in Constantinople, and he keeps sending priests to burn the heretic. And this heretic has just turned 2 other priests into other heretics. So there's a movement happening here.
Sounds like the real world, right? Yeah.
So he's got to get a bishop over here to kind of deal with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not working.
But honestly, though, like on the positive, though, I mean, with Facebook and Google, I mean, there's just so much out there that's available. New groups are coming up all the time, new forums. And with the as small as our groups are, I mean, that's largely like some of the only ways we have to interact, you know, is through these sorts of venues and through this sort of technology. So, I mean, we're lucky. We really are. I didn't meet another Hellenist in the real world for 5 years into my path until much later, you know. And I interacted with a group there out in Los Angeles for a while. I'm much further away, but I do meet up with them every so often. I meet up with my buddy Dean, who is one of my close friends from that group, and yeah, it's very, very, very cool. I do eventually want to start my own group at some point. That would be nice. So what's up, AJ? You got anything on your mind? Anything going on?
We're getting down in the chat room a little bit of history. I was a few hundred years off in the Christian invasion, if you will, movement in the British Isles. They are in what is now the UK, I guess, whatever. You know what I mean? I had no idea that its roots went as far back as 2nd century in the Common Era. I had no clue that it was that popular.
Oh yeah, definitely. They started really early on.
Yeah, I was being Sisyphus, Reuven. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Got it. The thing is, though, about a lot of the kind of forced conversion that went on throughout Europe is that, yeah, it definitely did happen, and they were going really strong, but it was a very gradual process. Very, very gradual process. There were still people practicing different forms of pagan religion well into, you know, the 16th and 17th centuries at some point.
Sure.
It was actually a completely unbroken pagan tradition existing in Lithuania up into the 17th century until they made further attempts to completely suppress it permanently. But it was like that with a lot of things. I mean, there were Gnostics during the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance in France called the Cathars, and they were exterminated in a very similar manner. So, yeah, crazy stuff when you actually look at the finer details of history.
I just didn't know that in second century we had a Christian Orthodox. It was closer to the Orthodox Church than of course the Roman. Had an influence in there. That's like 300 years off. I'm like, whoa. I mean, everything else seems to, but that just blew my mind.
After Paul's letters, there was a network.
Yeah, apparently.
So it was a big thing.
It went from a Jewish movement to a pagan movement in 200 years. In 200 years, it reached that far north.
Us pagans, we like to have our shit get stolen by everybody.
Yeah, cutting up the countryside. That's the one thing about Rome. You love and you hate at the same time. Roads.
Reuven, Spain, I believe. I'm not sure about Britain. Oh, he didn't die in Rome. Okay. Well,
Well, some say
That
that.
would be interesting. I'm just saying that I would disagree about Britain just because the things that I would think I would see influence from him there are just not there. I also don't see any reason for him to go there. At the time that Paul was running around, Britannia was kind of was not doing very well.
Britannia. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
That's the Roman word for the islands.
Was there ever a name for it before Rome got there?
Albion. That was
Albion.
The Celtic name for it.
Albion. See, these are I haven't hung out with pagans in quite some time. Yeah, I'm remembering names. Okay. Yeah.
Albion is the name. It's written down in Reuven records as what the Celts referred to as the Holy Land to the north. That's where, according to Caesar, people would go to study. Also, according to Posidonius.
I kind of have a worldview, and this is my thing. It's not really, but you know, I look at the mythology because I dig all the Hebrew stuff, and I look at mankind as a family, and that we all had one science, some leftovers from the old world. I would not doubt if, you know, creatures of mythology are real. The flood that killed the unicorns, you know, the flood that killed Atlantis, all that good stuff. So I look at mankind now almost like stained glass, and ever experimentation in color of the same white light, if you will. And I would like to know maybe a little bit more about a lot of my heritage, which a lot of my blood does come from Britannia, basically. Albion.
There is if we were to suggest to a book author, I suggest Ronald Hutton. He's written several good books on just pagan religions in general from Britannia. He's focused on Britannia. There is also the Oxford Press has written a series called A Very Short Introduction to Blank, and there's a lot of books. Two of them would be of interest to you. One is A Very Short Introduction to Druidry, or Druids, rather, and the other one is A Very Short Introduction to the Celts, both of which would have a lot of good information for you. Ronald Hutton's Ancient Religions of the British Islands, I believe. Hold on, I've got that book with me because I'm reading it right now.
See, when I look back from what I remember, the Gaelics and the Celtics, all them, they were, you know, I hate to say it like this, but tree huggers. They loved nature. That was their, you know, they were big into trees. They loved nature.
That was one way of looking at it. The Druids apparently were big into the oak tree, or the rowan tree as well.
But weren't you guys cosmic as well? I mean, you were
stargazer types. Are you talking about?
You charted stuff. You were scientists. Yeah.
Yes. The Druids were a caste of kind of intelligentsia among the Celts. Were basically the keepers of what would have been science among them, as well as spiritual or esoteric knowledge.
Yeah. I dig
there were
stuff.
3 different kind of ranks that kind of kept this stuff. One was the Druids, the other was the Vates, and then there was another one whose name that I keep forgetting, and then kind of a sub-4th one would be the Bards, who were storytellers and singers.
Clayton, did you get the 2 links I sent you?
Yes.
Okay. The first one is just general general one for like a bunch of different kinds of people, and then the second one is Irish specific stuff. So a few of my Celtic Recon friends have suggested that to some of my friends who are into Druidry. So it's an interesting group. Might be your up your alley. I don't know.
I will bookmark this. I see here that they're the three paths: Bard, Seer, and Druid. Seer would have been the Vate, but there was also another one that his name I keep forgetting. But they were pushed out a little bit earlier, so it wound up kind of being. It fell into the Bard sort of came in and filled in a third position. But it was like the Fluid or something like that. I need to write this stuff down.
Yeah, for sure.
There's some weird word.
I have a lot of text files with a lot of my ideas written down and bookmarks everywhere, so I'd recommend you do the same and save them. It's good to pull them up when you're having a conversation so you can kind of use them as point of reference.
Yeah. It's just taking like notes or something.
Yeah, Facebook is really good. They have a very vibrant community with regards to that. A lot of groups out there. Sometimes you got to take them with a grain of salt, but the recon groups, I can say from personal experience, are good. They're really good. I've participated in a lot of them.
Cool. That other book, hold on, let me give you the title. I just pulled it out and then I put it back in my backpack because I was like, oh, here it is. Okay. Pagan Religions of the Ancient British Isles by Ronald Hutton. Let me find it on the Amazon real quick and I'll post a link. Bam. There you go. Idol Smasher.
Well, thank you.
Available at an Amazon near you. The used copy copies have prices that are a little bit more reasonable.
Well, thank you. Ronald Hutton.
That was a book he wrote in the 90s. He's written several books since then, but this one I like because it's very clinical.
Yeah, there's so little history.
Yeah, and I like, kind of soulless clinical histories. A lot of people don't like that. I like, give me the facts. Let's talk. Okay, that's interesting. Shut up with your expanded views on it.
Just the facts, man.
Hey guys. Hey guys.
Hello. Rancam left Christianity? What?
I haven't been keeping up with this dude.
You guys know any jokes?
Guy goes to the doctor's office, says, "Doc, I got 5 penises." Doctor said, "5 penises? How do your pants fit?" The guy goes, "Like a glove." Ba-boom, boom.
Wow.
Oh, that's weird.
I guess Rand Cam is he was a Christian dude everybody listens to.
So, I am from Pakistan, and I live in Canada.
How you doing this evening?
I'm
Hassan?
doing, yeah, I am trying to fall asleep, but I can't. I have the caffeine rush. What?
Are you Muslim?
Sorta. I'm more like, I don't really practice it, but yeah.
I'm Noahide. It's what we would call an ethical monotheism as well. I think we're the only two here.
Oh.
Is it? Yeah, we got all kinds of people here.
There's you crazy people, and then there's us crazy people.
Why is it called a Muslim? It's like a mus, and it's like a slime. It's like Muslim. It's weird. Why is it called a Muslim anyway? What's the origin of that word?
I do not know.
Man, you got like neon lights coming out of your bedroom or something.
Yeah, I play around at night.
It's kind of like you work in a convenience store or something?
No.
Or like, are you like a mafia gangster? Or
More like I'm closer to a hippie than any of those.
oh, so peace and love, dude, right?
I love color.
Oh,
I love color. I think colors are the more color, the better. I love color.
oh,
Sometimes I'll have different colors in, just to kind of change it up.
right now you're like a blue man.
But with less talent.
With
Much less talent.
the green light in the background. What is that green light? It's like an orb or something.
Do you like it?
What is it? It's nice.
It's a lamp.
Oh, it's like all you can see. It's like you're smoking a pipe too.
Mm.
Wow.
It's a burly some or other.
It's like the seeing glass, you know, that psychic use or something.
Can you say it again? Did you say psychic?
Yeah, like you know, the crystal glass. It looks like that.
Nice. It's just a light bulb.
Okay.
Old-fashioned. Yeah. Incandescent light bulb. I'm glad. Do you like it? Does it look good?
Yeah, it looks good with the blue man and smoking the pipe.
From Arabic, Muslimun, the stem for principle of the triliteral the active principle, one who submit. Okay.
Yeah, it's the first one says that it means to be whole or intact, but I think the second version is actually probably more accurate. Muslimun, one who submits, the active participle of aslama, he submitted. It's a verb from the trilateral root slm, to be whole, intact. The verbal noun islamun means literally submission. In a religious sense, al-Islam translates to faith, piety, and Muslim to one who has religious faith or piety. That's where the Muslim comes from.
Man, it's kind of weird though. Like when you bow, your knees are touching the ground, and your head is touching the ground, and your ass is up. It's like you're getting ready for, like anal.
Yeah, I could see that. Though we would probably never say that in front of a Muslim because we're afraid that we would get you really pissed off. So.
Oh. Yeah. I guess I shouldn't make fun of my religion.
Probably not, but I mean, if you say you're non-practicing, you're just you're culturally Muslim. Yeah, there's like you have people who are culturally Catholic, like they were raised Catholic, but they don't really practice. So
that's my wife.
I sometimes pray though, but I feel weird when I pray. I have to. It's like I'm behind the guy, butt, you know, when I pray.
I always felt weird when I was a kid in a Catholic church because they have these wooden like things. They're seats. They're called pews. And when you would pray, when they would tell you to pray, there would be these little pads at the bottom. It would fold out, and you would kneel down, and you'd be like, there's this wooden wall, and you would have your hands up like this. I was always like, this feels really weird.
It is.
And there'd be everybody would be doing that, and then the priest and his deacons and all his assistants would be up at the front doing whatever. So I was always back here like, this is really weird.
Yeah, when I realized I was, they had the second commandment on the wall, you know, at the the meeting hall or whatever, reception hall, but inside we're breaking the second commandment, bowing to a statue. It's like, okay, wait a second. And then I'm eating flesh and blood to gain eternal life, and I just thought vampire. And in like one weekend, I mean, I had a revelation. Went, it's just something's not quite right about this.
Huh?
Somebody's in trouble.
Hey
man, we don't want to get you in trouble.
Huh?
We don't want to get you in trouble. If you gotta go, you gotta go, man.
Okay. मैं क्या करूँ फिर नींद नहीं आ रही
बातें करोगे तो कैसे नींद आएगी
जोक्स ना जोक्स अभी नहीं आ भाई तक नहीं करा मुझे आने दो कॉफी पी लूँगा मैं सोया था अच्छा the problem is like it's 12:30 a.m. and I have to go to school at 8 a.m. I have to be there at 8 a.m. So I'll probably only sleep for 5 hours. You guys ever have that problem where you can't fall asleep?
All the time. Quite often.
I think it's because I drank that Starbucks or something. But I drink that in the afternoon, so I shouldn't have a problem. Yeah.
Well, get some sleep, my man.
Probably just 15 minutes. I'll just stay for 15 minutes and then I'll go.
What grade? What year are you in school?
I'm in university, like third year.
What you studying?
Bachelor of Commerce.
No kidding. Good luck, man. Here's to your success.
Yeah. Do you go to school or?
I went to school. I got a associates in applied sciences.
Oh, nice. What is that?
Basically, I like engineer for radio stations.
Oh. So
Not
like
I'm not an engineer, but I engineer for radio stations. I'm not one of the wizards up the hall with all the neat toys.
like a technical side, right?
Huh?
Like the technical side? Like
Yeah.
technician?
I'm not quite the technician. I'm more of an operator.
Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Do you like it?
Best job in the world. I'm poor for life, but it's best job in the world.
Oh.
It's good work, and it's good, and I enjoy it.
Yeah, that's all that matters. There's this Chris Rock joke. Have you seen Chris Rock?
I love Chris Rock.
Do you know the shrimps when he's scraping shrimps?
Mm-mm.
He said that when you have career, you don't have enough time, and when you have a job, you have too much time. So he was scraping shrimps in a hotel, and so he said, I'm not going to look at the watch for 2 hours. And then he looks at the watch, it's like 15 minutes passed by. I don't know, I can't tell it as funny as him. He tells it more funnier, I think. क्या इधर 2 घंटे
आज सोएगा
हाँ
अच्छा मेरे पास आ जाना
Okay. Hello?
I can still hear. What's up?
Oh. So how do you guys know Brendan?
Brandon?
Yeah.
I think he's one of Reuven's friends. We're all kind of friends here, so we met each other through one person or another here on Google Plus. So.
Going off live. Anybody want to say anything before we go?
Oh, I see.